Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is June 22nd, 2001 at 4:39 PM. We will begin this afternoon's city council work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here.
Absent are Councilman Borton and Councilman Cavanagh.
Next item is adoption of the agenda.
Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
it's my pleasure to make a motion to adopt the agenda as published.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Let's have it. I didn't know if we were adopting the agenda or yeah. Adopting it. Thank you. Next time is our consent agenda. Councilman Burr.
I move that we adopt the agenda as published for the mayor to sign and for the clerk to attest.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent agenda is adopted. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will move on to item 10, which is Department Commission reports. And first up is our Community Development Fiscal Year 2021 Budget Amendment, in the amount of $35,963. I'll turn this over to Mr. Ariel.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, really excited to be with you right now, particularly with this budget amendment in front of you for your consideration. This really does represent a big step forward in our economic development program, and we're excited for what this means and the service that we can bring now to support our business community. So with that, just to be brief, this 36,000 roughly represents the money necessary to elevate our currently approved admin position that is vacant into and reclass it into a economic development business liaison position. So really the purpose is to start to advance some of our comprehensive plan, strategic plan, economic development plan initiatives around supporting our small businesses at a higher level. And we're really excited about adding these services. And as you all know, it's been a trying time for our economic development division of one, Tori, especially through COVID and some of those things. But again, just coming out on top and kept swinging and really moving the economy of our city forward. And this is just a great advancement towards our goals in this direction. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Mayor and council, and look forward to your thoughts and discussion.
Thank you. Camera council, any questions? With that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we adopt or approve item 10, fiscal year 2021 budget amendment in the amount of $35,963 for reclass of administrative assistant to economic development business liaison.
Second.
I have a motion, a second to approve the budget amendment. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perot.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Thank you. Next up is item 11, which is the Police Department Fiscal Year 2021 Budget Amendment, the amount of $4,000 for Dairy Days. Turn this over to Mr. Leslie.
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, this was in front of us a couple weeks ago. We met with the dairy board, came in, discussed the issues we're having with traffic control and the additional resources that they're utilizing instead of volunteers. So this is to amend our current budget of 5,000 to 9,000. So we're asking for 4,000 so we can be able to handle those parades moving forward.
Thank you. Also, any questions?
I don't think now would be the appropriate time to say no.
Okay. Then with that, do I have a motion? Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
I move approval of the Police Department's fiscal year 2021 budget amendment in the amount of $4,000 for Dairy Days Parade traffic control.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendment. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perot,
Aye.
Strater,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries and the amendment is agreed to. Next item up is a police department report regarding proposed off-highway vehicle ordinance. Let's turn this over to Officer Frazier.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. To further the discussion of the ATV UTV ordinance, the Transportation Commission has been working on now for the better part of a year. When I first brought this issue to the Transportation Commission, we were in a little bit different landscape statutorily. There's been some development in this area in the last legislative session at the Idaho State House, but really the same question remains, and that is, what, if anything, as a city, do we need to do differently to address these vehicles on our roadway? The police department sees an uptick in the number of golf carts, ATVs, and UTVs operated upon the roadway. Sometimes this is in blatant violation of the law, vehicles driven by juveniles that don't have a driver's license, things of that nature. And prior to the last legislative session, there were some real gray areas of the law also, and our officers had to really take a lot of time to educate the public on those matters. With respect to golf carts, we have a city ordinance that prohibits them anywhere except for the Lakeview Golf Course area. And we do see a huge uptick in residents of many other subdivisions, some of those even that have golf courses now, riding their golf carts within their subdivision, thinking that they're in compliance with the law, or I've been told that the golf cart salesman said that it was legal to operate on the roadway, so it must be. So it was a time to look at that golf cart ordinance to see if it still reflects the stance of our city as a whole, and then try to address some of the safety issues and other legal issues that we saw with regard to ATV and UTV operation. Prior to the last legislative session, state law already prohibited the usage of ATVs and UTVs on most roads in Meridian. It left open the usage of ATVs and UTVs on local roads. And in the last legislative session, House Bill 129 changed that. When that statute is effective, ATVs would be allowed on all roadways within Idaho unless a local authority makes a ordinance or some type of ruling otherwise. So that's the second part of this question, is what do we want to do with ATVs and UTVs? And what do we want to do with golf carts as a whole, how, as they pertain to quality of life and safety issues within the community? The police department does get complaints from citizens who see ATVs or UTVs or golf carts on the roadway. They call us because they don't want to see them. They don't think they're legal. We also have a fair number of people who want to be able to operate ATVs and UTVs the same as they would a motor vehicle. We have people who try very hard to come in compliance with every area of the law that they can think of. I've talked to folks that have put DOT certified tires on their UTVs and horns and turn signals and mirrors and all sorts of stuff in a good faith effort to be as legal as they can be on the street. And then, of course, we also talk to people that are scofflaws essentially and don't make any attempt to be in compliance with the law. So it is kind of a big question. When I brought this before the Transportation Commission, I was seeking clarity for the police department on what the city wanted to do reference these issues so that we can tell our officers how we can educate the public on the matter and take enforcement action when necessary. I know Ms. Kane is here. She may have some discussion for the legal aspect. And I will stand for any questions if you have any right now before she speaks, if she's going to.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
Officer Fraser, just so that we can provide clarity to those might be watching and paying attention, can you define the difference between an arterial collector or a local road?
So those designations are officially made by the Ada County Highway District. The easiest way to think about it is a local road is a street that goes from a house or a driveway to a bigger, more major road, like a collector street. So if you're talking about a subdivision, the road that feeds into the subdivision that all the main traffic turns into generally would be a collector street. The street that feeds that street would be an arterial or major street, like a Linder, Chinden, 10 Mile. Chinden's a bad example because it's a state highway, but you get my point. The local road essentially goes off of the arterial street to houses. If you're operating only upon a local roadway, you're essentially by default going to stay within a subdivision. We're talking about roads that go to golf courses, other houses, community pools, clubhouses, and things of that nature. You would reasonably be unable in almost every case to get out of the subdivision to travel upon a bigger roadway.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
I was thinking along the same lines as Council President Byrne as to whether or not the public would understand the difference. And do we clarify that in the ordinance? Do we have some definitions for what highway means? When I first read this, it was a little confusing because of course, when you say highway, you think interstate, right? Not local roads. So wondering if it's from a textual standpoint, if we can make some more clarification in that ordinance for that. And then also, is there an element of the vehicle needing to be able to meet the speed limit? So, assuming a golf cart's not going to be able to get up to a certain mile per hour, and from a safety standpoint, do we differentiate, say, a UTV and RTV, which is, significantly faster from a golf cart? Do we make that kind of separation in the type of vehicle in this, or is the anticipation of the Transportation Committee to lump them all into one and essentially make the same ordinance for every type of vehicle?
I think the Transportation Commission tried to move as efficiently as possible. And perhaps there is room for a little bit more clarity on the differences between local, collector, and arterial streets. I know Ms. Kane and I talked about that. We talked about it at the subcommittee level. When you start trying to explain that, it almost becomes more complicating than leaving it as is. It's a very difficult thing to describe, other than to refer to Ada County Highway District's master list, where you can easily tell what street is a local, arterial, or collector roadway. I think from an enforcement standpoint, we're not going to get deep in the weeds over a citizen's misunderstanding of local versus arterial. If a police officer would have a hard time differentiating, we'd certainly expect a community member would be. But as I said earlier, the easiest way to think about it is stay in your subdivision and you're almost always going to be fine. The golf cart speed limit issue, perhaps there is room for discussion there. Golf carts generally don't travel any faster than 15 miles an hour. UTV and ATV, obviously they can go a lot faster. However, the speed limit on every local road that I can think of is 25. 15 miles an hour in the case of a golf cart doesn't really create a safety hazard there, as it would on a street where the speed limit's 35 or higher. I think out of the spirit of moving efficiently, the Transportation Commission opted to repeal and replace the existing golf cart ordinance and loop in ATVs and UTVs in an effort for clarity, even though it does leave a couple things potentially not so clear.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
can you help us understand the fine amount and how that came to be the $25 fine? What was it prior to this? And is that sufficiently, I personally, wouldn't think that would be that prohibitive for people. I would think a higher fine would. And then of course, obviously the police department's great about giving warnings if it's clear that the individual did not understand that there was an ordinance. But second time around, I would think that a fine higher than that would make a lot more sense, but not curious if there was a specific reason that fine amount was chosen.
I would agree that's a fairly low fine, $25. I'm not sure where that number came from. It may have just been a holdover from the fine of the current golf cart ordinance. But I know there was an effort on behalf of the Transportation Commission after hearing public input. They didn't want to take actions that would be construed as overly punitive or money-making in this endeavor to regulate ATVs or UTVs. I'm also of similar mindset. A higher fine may be in order in a situation where a citation would be warranted. Across the board, when we look at similar violations in city ordinance, the fine amounts are not overly high. Parking comes to mind. Texting and driving was a little bit different thing when that ordinance was in play, but it also kind of is in line with the fee schedule for other things at a city ordinance level.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
thanks, Officer Frazier. I'll just be really open. I watched the Transportation Commission meetings. I've read all the materials. I'm really struggling on this concept. I'm not convinced there's a huge problem. And I'm also concerned that the problem statement that underlies the need for this ordinance is shifting around a little bit. In some of the Transportation Commission meetings, it was said that Commissioner Smith said that these vehicles are inherently unsafe and that the real issue is people are not following the existing laws, which to me sort of begged the question, are we not enforcing existing laws? And do we have some data behind the number of crashes in Meridian involving UTVs and golf carts that would sort of justify the need for this ordinance?
Thank you. I do remember that comment in that meeting. One could make an argument that perhaps an ATV or UTV is unsafe. Is it any more unsafe than any other roadworthy vehicle? That's certainly worth discussion. And in some cases they are, some cases they're not. We don't, the purpose that was issued to the Transportation Commission by the Police Department was at the time prior to the passage of House Bill 129. The state statute in effect at that time was very difficult to explain to people, to make them understand that their actions were unlawful under state code. Really, it took an experienced officer who had to compile multiple pieces of state statute to explain why that activity was not legal. And oftentimes people thought it was legal. We didn't issue a lot of citations for that because it was an educational piece. There's a lot of people who genuinely didn't know it was illegal at the time. With regard to crashes, we don't have a statistical bombshell, if you will, to indicate that we have all these crashes involving ATVs and UTVs. My standpoint was at the time and has been since then that it's more of a quality of life issue regarding people in subdivisions calling and saying, my neighbor's riding their UTV up and down the street. I don't like it, do something about it. At the time, there were times when the activity was unlawful. There was times when it wasn't, but having that discussion and having a clear and concise ordinance or direction from the city to point our citizens to and our law enforcement officers, it was difficult to have those discussions. That changed with the passage of HB 129. We're in a different place now. I think what's left is for the city to come to a consensus about how we want to treat these vehicles and make changes to our existing golf cart ordinance.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying about, there was a change in state law. And so that also to me sort of begged the question of, I don't want to simplify it by saying, are we a solution and looking for a problem? But it occurred to me that, if under state law, it's legal to have these vehicles, and then specific to Meridian, we make it illegal on certain roadways to have these vehicles operating. It just seems like it's creating a little bit of a quagmire instead of maybe advocating for a solution at the state level. So I get what you're saying. I guess I'm concerned about legislating about quality of life issues when, in my opinion, just as a layman, we have motorcycles, and I think there was a gentleman that testified about this. You can have a Harley going by at any time that's quite loud. And so why are we picking on certain vehicles and not others? So I don't know. I know you're looking for clarity from us, but I guess I'm struggling a little bit.
Mr. Mayor.
If just to kind of follow up on that question, sir, can you explain the difference between licensing a motorcycle versus licensing an ATV, UTV? just leaving golf carts out of it, just so we understand what is required to drive one of those vehicles differently on our roads currently.
Sure. A motorcycle can be registered a couple of different ways depending on what type of equipment it has on it and the size of the motorcycle. Generally, if we think about Harleys versus an all-out dirt bike, an all-out dirt bike is not able to be licensed for use upon a road like a Harley would be. However, you can get a restricted use license plate for that dirt bike. That's the same license plate you could get for an ATV or a UTV. And that is the license plate that falls into the category of off-highway vehicle usage, which brings us to this discussion. There are motorcycles out there that might start out as a dirt bike, but you can make changes to them to make them roadworthy. And then you can get a red and white motorcycle license plate, just like you would for the Harley, and then you're good to go, same as a Harley. At the state level, there is no remedy to be able to buy a red and white license plate for your ATV or UTV, and hence the lack of clarity at the state level. So even if you wanted to, the best you could do on an ATV or a UTV is to get a restricted use license plate that falls into the category we're talking about, and it doesn't openly or didn't openly allow you to drive that vehicle on the roadway the same as you would like a street motorcycle or the Harley.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pearl.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So on that subject, if an ordinance is not passed, if we choose to leave it as it is, how does the enforcement work on your side? If just based on the licensing, does it allow you to enforce speed limits? And if, my thought is, and I am seeing more of these vehicles on the road myself, is that they tend to, same with dirt bikes, they tend to cut around traffic. They drive on their shoulders. They go quickly in subdivisions where there's children playing. There's a variety of behaviors that happen just because it's a smaller size of vehicle. And then we oftentimes have 16, 15, 16-year-olds that are driving them. So I think the type of vehicle does lend to a different driving style and challenge than a regular car or truck would. What can you enforce if there isn't an ordinance?
So any motor vehicle on the roadway, the driver of the motor vehicle has to have a valid driver's license. The vehicle has to have some level of registration to operate upon the roadway. A restricted use license plate under Idaho statute, under the new House bill, does allow you to operate it upon the roadway, and you have to have liability insurance. If all those things are in place, then it becomes the same as a car would. You've got to follow the speed limit. You have to signal turns. You have to have the amount of equipment you would have to have on it is open for discussion, but at a basic level, you need some type of way to signal your turns. You need a brake light, you need a mirror and a horn. If you have all of those things, you have to follow the rules of the road, the speed limits, and all of those things. Essentially, we would be pulling over those vehicles for violations, the same violations we'd be pulling over a car for. And we do see those, we have seen those in history, and we take enforcement action at that time. The overarching concept of clarity, since it's come up, I'm not, or I should say, I'll freely admit that we've received a bit of clarity since this endeavor began. And the clarity that I'm looking for is not necessarily advocating one way or the other. What we do as a law enforcement professional who oversees the traffic control or the traffic enforcement team for the department, that clarity is telling my team, this is what the city wants to do, whatever the answer is. And then we have that answer. I made it very clear to the Transportation Commission, I was advocating for an answer at the city level, not necessarily going down one avenue or another. At that time, the landscape was much less clear, but that quest for an answer on the concept from the city is the same.
And I'll give my unsolicited advice. Trying to educate the community about all those requirements. When someone sees a UTV going down the road, people are going to say, oh, I got one of those. I can go down the road too. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. If we allow them to freely go on arterials, and that's my viewpoint. I think if they're going to spend a lot more time trying to educate a lot more people about all the reasons why they can't, as compared to the few who might understand how they can. That's my 2 cents, because I think those that really want to do it will do what they can to follow the law. There's going to be everyone else who doesn't understand the law at all. They're not going to see the license plate. They're not going to see a thing. They're just going to go hop on the road and drive down the road. In my opinion, I think that's human nature.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Barrett.
so I was down at the Capitol this last legislative session when they were discussing this bill, and the gentleman from Donnelly who proposed this legislation had concerns about UTVs and such, you know, in their small towns up in the mountains. And I totally get that. And I don't have any problems with the means in which they, you know, folks who are visiting and live there use UTVs. But I think the reason why the state legislature decided to give autonomy to locals was because of this reason. I don't think it's appropriate personally to have ATVs or UTVs driving down our roads, our arterial or collector roads. In fact, I saw 2 weeks ago an ATV, a gentleman on an ATV that was on the intersection of Franklin and Locust Grove, and it just didn't seem right. You know, looking over and seeing this gentleman had no protection, no helmet, just revving up at the intersection right next to the other car. And I don't mind that these UTVs or golf carts are used on local streets. There's a lot of people in our neighborhood that do. I've never seen a problem. And I think that it's important to allow these type of uses, especially when there are golf courses in these subdivisions. And so I'm in support of this ordinance. We have to do something, because right now, I believe this law may go into effect July 1 if it wasn't an emergency type order from the governor. I'm not sure if it's a law currently, but if it's not, it will be soon. And it's an extreme safety hazard, in my opinion, to see these type of uses on our busy streets.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
maybe just to give us something to chew on, maybe just a little bit of an opposing opinion or a different opinion. So I would think as an owner of an ATV or a UTV, that safety for yourself would already be a limiting factor of what roads you would go on, right? There's a natural consequence for making a bad decision people can make decisions like, right? I mean, I could make a decision whether or not to go on a collector road or an arterial road with a UTV pretty easily by the natural consequences that could happen from me taking a vehicle that is inherently less safe on those roads. But I guess I would just say, how would you compare that to a motorcycle? And a motorcyclist may not be wearing a helmet. And we have bicyclists in the roadway all the time that may or may not have a helmet. I guess I'm just concerned that maybe it's a comfort level with what we're used to seeing. And I might go the other way of, okay, state law takes effect, and could we see the data? And if we have a huge amount of crashes or a huge amount of data that shows us we have a major problem, then at that point I would lean toward making a change personally. Anyway, that's enough for me.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Sergeant Fraser, I wanted to ask you, you talked about operating these vehicles within the confines of a subdivision, and that makes sense to keep them within that area. But where I struggle a little bit on that is the fact that in our subdivision, we have an east-west arterial, and there's a street that connects, and it's a collector, and then it goes out and around and connects to a north-south arterial. Well, it's the spine for the subdivision, and all these, circular areas are in and out, and you have, a couple of entrances for fire protection, whatnot. But, if you want to go from this particular area to this particular area, you have to go on that collector. Right. And so, and I don't have an issue with them because it is within the confines of it's 25 miles an hour. You see people, they're working on their stuff. They go out, test drive it, go back. But if someone has a real issue with it, if we say it's prohibited on a collector street and there's a complaint, and then you have to enforce the law. So I'm like, but yet to do any sort of within the subdivision, going from their house to the pool, the community pool there, they're in violation that way. So it's just trying to find that that happy medium, but because, people will complain, most people aren't going to complain about it. Although Sunday, we're out on a patio having a Father's Day dinner with my folks, and an ATV goes up the collector street, going to 25 miles an hour, but they didn't have much of a muffler on there, if any. I mean, it interrupts your conversation, and we're a good distance away from that collector street. So that's a whole nother issue with noise of some of these vehicles that we're seeing out on our streets. But that collector street issue, it just gives me pause on certain areas. It's part of that subdivision to a way that there's no way to get around that, to go any place. So just your thoughts on how do you handle enforcement with that?
Sure. I totally understand that. I know the TC spent some time discussing different options. Obviously, the easiest way to enforce that, or the easiest, is to say you can't drive them anywhere. Absent that, anytime you start allowing exceptions to that, it becomes very difficult, because there's always something, as you said, I understand that completely. And there's certainly logic to that statement. You're still in the subdivision. It's still a 25-mile-an-hour road, and the person might not even know it's a collector street anyway. I think in that situation, enforcement or a police presence in that situation has more to do with education and public service. We're not looking to write a bunch of tickets for this, but it does help address some of the issues that you've highlighted. The TC discussed having an exception to be able to operate an ATV or UTV within a section mile, which would basically allow you to stay in the arterial box of the subdivision that you live in. But even that was problematic, because what do you tie that to? Do you tie it to the registered owner? Do you tie it to the driver? Do you tie it to whatever house it originated from? So there's always something. It's very difficult to craft an ordinance that is perfect in every way when you're talking about restricting the use of a vehicle like that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Thank you. So along those lines, did the Transportation Commission discuss limitation on streets that had a speed limit? So could we say they're not permitted on streets that are higher than a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit? Does that then, now we're not talking about definitions of collector and arterial, but we're addressing safety challenges that might be created. Does that also come with an equal amount of difficulties with exceptions?
I would say that's a lot easier to explain to a citizen and to observe. That was an idea I proposed at the TC. Didn't really go that direction, because it is very clear. If it's 25 and under, you can operate on that road. If it's higher, then you can't. The only other thing that adds with it is it would open up, streets like Pine in the downtown corridor would be open to ATV, UTV usage. Some collector streets would be. Again, that's not a decision I'm endeavoring to make. It's part of the overall mission for the city to decide what, if anything, the police department, what type of action we should take about these things.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
good questions from my colleagues, and a lot of what was touched on by the Transportation Commission. For Sergeant Frazier, I'm sorry I was delayed from your presentation. I appreciate you being here, and I'm sorry I only caught a portion of it. So if you touched on this, again, my apologies. And I think for council, the big question I think that we need to ask ourselves, and it's what I'm going to ask you, Sergeant Frazier, is what is the problem that we're trying to fix? I recognize we've got some logistical issues as a result of the legislature, but is the intention of this proposed ordinance to solve as Councilmember Hoagland pointed out, a noise issue, or is it really a public safety issue? And if it's public safety issue, which is what I assume it is, I need some greater clarification about how these UTVs, ATVs pose a greater public health or safety threat than other motorized vehicles that are on our streets. So can you help me understand that? What's the problem? What's really the problem that we're trying to solve?
Sure, and
And
that's
what do these propose that are different than other vehicles that are registered, licensed, and insured as well?
And that's been a common question or theme, is what is the problem? The problem's now two-pronged. One of them is we have an ordinance that prohibits the usage of golf carts anywhere in the city except for 1 square mile, essentially. We have golf carts being driven all over the city. The The problem there is, what action would the city like to take? Does the city want the police department to write all those people tickets because they're in violation of that ordinance? Or do we want to change the ordinance as it pertains to golf carts to some degree? Because we have more than one golf course in the city now, and people driving those golf carts to community pools, which weren't really a thing back in 1994 when this ordinance was first written. The problem as it pertains to ATV and UTV usage, again, has changed since the passage of HB 129. Whereas before, a police officer couldn't effectively explain to a person what was legal and what was not. And we had a conglomeration of quality of life issues, complaints on both sides of the fence, citizens who demand we take action against ATV and UTV riders for riding in their subdivision or riding down Eagle Road to get gas or using it the same as a vehicle. We did not have a clear path forward in what the city's expectations were. So really part of that is it was time for a revisit of, this is what we're seeing, this is what we've been doing. Is that what we want to continue to do? If the council wishes to take no action on the ordinance, that is the answer to my question. I can't stress that enough, because it answers the question for the police department. This is what the city wants us to do about these issues we're seeing. With respect to public safety, I think most people make the argument that an ATV or UTV would be less safe to operate than a car or pickup truck. As Councilwoman Strader brought up, is it any less safe than a motorcyclist without a helmet or a bicyclist? Yes and no. It depends on the situation, and you'd be hard pressed to find a steadfast reason to take action on an ordinance like this based solely on public safety. I can't point to a list of crashes and say we have people dropping left and right from crashing these vehicles. If we're going off public safety, then we should probably adopt an ordinance that outlawed cars, because those things are crashing all the time, right? So it's a conglomeration of many things, with the ultimate question posed to the council of, what do you want the police department to do?
Well, Mr. Extent, I don't know if this is you or Emily or somebody else, but what about if an accident does occur? I mean, these are unlicensed vehicles, not ATV. They're not licensed. They're not registered. Do they carry insurance?
They can.
I mean, are those requirements? Again, those are some of those underlying things. What would occur in an accident from that standpoint? Even the expectations, if we do nothing. We say no requirements, we're just gonna let everyone go. Accident occurs. What is the, if I get hit or I hit somebody, what's the recourse? Is that all the property insurance?
We would treat that ATV or UTV in that hypothetical the same as a car. You'd have to have some level of registration under HB 129. A restricted use license plate would allow you to operate in that situation. You would have to have liability insurance, and the operator would have to have a driver's license. So long as all that is in effect, in a crash, it's essentially no different than a car.
So you can get insurance for that for roadway. Any other way. And I guess I go back to my question. I don't think the public's going to know the difference. So that's really where if people are not aware of how to make it legal and you get into an accident, what then occurs? Is it just like an unlicensed driver situation where it just now falls upon me to deal with the ramifications of that because they didn't have insurance?
Yeah, assuming that the crash was deemed to be the fault of the ATV or UTV, it would be a civil issue. The person would get a ticket for not having insurance, and anything else that would apply the same as a car. And in my experience, it's a split bag. There's a lot of folks out there, myself included. I have a UTV. It's got full insurance. It's registered. I'm a licensed driver. There's just as many more people in my experience that have none of those things, but they still expect the same level of legality simply by getting a restricted use plate. So you can't use a big brush stroke and label everybody the same, because there's a lot of people out there doing all of those things in as much as they can. They've turned their UTV into as close to a car as they can get it. And then there's people that make no attempt at all.
Mr. Mayor.
That's one pro.
Just, I want to make sure I'm understanding for clarification. So currently, those UTVs, ATVs are required to be licensed and carry insurance, or they're not?
They're not if they're not operated on a qualifying roadway. So if you want to
Okay.
operate it on a street in
I
your
see.
subdivision, you would have to have all those things. If you're riding it on private property or some locations of BLM land, Forest Service roads do require at least a restricted license plate. There are some provisions there. But there are situations where it is legal to operate a UTV without registration, insurance, or a driver's license.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I mean, would an education campaign on existing law possibly solve some of the problem? Right? I mean, if you want to operate your UTV or ATV in the roadway, sounds like you have to have a driver's license. The vehicle needs to be insured and you have to follow the exact same laws as everybody else. So I guess I'm just wondering if an education campaign, on that topic and enforcing existing law helps get us part of the way there. And then I guess separately, it does sound like we have to make some sort of a change to our golf cart ordinance just because we have golf carts and it's not updated at all. I guess I'm just wondering if enforcing existing law and maybe the state law changing just makes it much more clear. Like these are the guidelines. If a 16-year-old crashes an unlicensed UTV, that's in violation of the law, right?
I think an educational campaign does get you part of the way there, assuming the city council as a whole decides no action is taken and they want to rely on what is or will be state law under HB 129. It does leave the golf cart issue, as you stated, though.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Ferry.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think one of the things that I keep hearing all of you that, and I can understand this from a layperson perspective like my own, is really the public understanding what they can or cannot do. Now, would it make more sense, Sergeant Frazier, to either prohibit them on arterials, because that's clearly by far the most dangerous place to have these types of vehicles, or could be the most dangerous for them, like a Fairview, Eagle Road, something like that. So arterial state highways, or on any road that has more than 2 lanes of travel. Because if you had, then I can understand that. If I'm a person, I read the ordinance that says any road that's either, if there's a delineation by speed limit. So if it has a speed limit above 25, is that normally on a collector, not on a neighbor or a local street, or it has more than 2 lanes of travel, maybe excluding the turn lane. So you're going to have some streets, like I can think of, like in Councilmember Hoagland's subdivision area, they're pretty wide streets. They're not striped. So they're really only 2 lanes of travel like that. But that might be easier. Would that get the police a comfort level? Because then driving that like through Bridge Tower, crossing that main roadway or driving down the edge of that main roadway to the pool isn't the problem that you're trying to address anyway. It's the more if they were to get on 10 Mile or they get out on Linder or something like that, where there's a lot more traffic and a lot more higher speed, would that maybe get closer to addressing the issue from the police perspective?
There's a lot of things that are within the comfort level of the police department. Really, a lot of them have been talked about. That is an option. That comes with some technicalities, if you can only operate it on roads with no more than 2 lanes, well, can you cross a road that has more than 2 lanes on it to get to another road and those things? That was not the option the TC moved forward on. I really can't speak any further than that. Wouldn't want to over speak for the Transportation Commission. But really, what I'm hearing is differing testimony from the council members, those who don't want ATVs and UTVs on arterials and collectors, and those that don't see a problem with it. That is the ultimate question, and it's not for me to decide.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
question. I don't know if this is for you, Bill, or for Emily about, I do want to be consistent and make it easy for everyone involved. And so to go back to that 25 mile an hour speed zone, 25 mile an hour or below, is that something from a legal perspective that is easier to enforce? I mean, it's more understandable for the citizens. It's for Sergeant Frazier and his team that he supervises. Okay, here's what it is. And I don't know. I'd like your thoughts on some of the things that we're doing, you can even expand a little bit upon that. So.
No. This one, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, that is a possibility, just to do delineate by speed limit or road type or road description. All of those are within your purview to do that. As far as enforcement, I think it is just a matter of educating, and there's a pretty well-established community we've learned. And so, you know, I wouldn't say it's easy to get the word out, but the word does travel. So that is a possibility.
And I'd even throw in one other option that was come up at some point in time in conversations is you could lower the speed limit to 20 miles per hour throughout the city and other areas to again, make it safer for all these vehicles in subdivisions, which is the speed limit that Nampa has and Boise has. So it's not, completely out there.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
when licenses are issued, does DMV provide those individuals with any kind of written information on what city ordinance would be in the area that they live in? So are they obligated to sign any kind of, disclosure that says you live in Meridian, therefore, here's the rules that need to be followed? Do they do that, or is that, I would imagine that they were trying to enforce that for every city in Ada County, it'd be complicated, but is there any way to know when those get registered and at least send them some information if we're talking about an educational campaign, so that they have that and they're available?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pro, the Idaho Department of Parks and Recreation is probably the agency that's most plugged into ATVs, UTVs, and other off-highway vehicles. The state statute that'll go into effect in July requires that that department be incorporated or notified of a city ordinance that's under consideration restricting or regulating OHVs. So that might be a better option for helping get the word out than DMV, because I don't believe that the DMV does provide any information or testing on local municipal regulations.
Mr. Mayor, is this a situation where we would send this back to the Transportation Commission for more conversation based on what we've talked about today? Or is this a scenario where the decision should be made during this work session?
Well, I don't think that we are to a decision point necessarily. I think the question is there further dialogue or an actual ordinance that we would bring forward for consideration? From what my understanding is, I think the Transportation Commission has discussed this enough that it's time for council to determine whether or not this is what's an appropriate direction or not, would be my viewpoint from what I've heard.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Kapner.
I went around the horn on this issue from a spot of let's get them all off the roads to let's let them all on the roads and somewhere in between. I do think, though, that it's probably beneficial because of the amount of work that the Transportation Commission has put into this. It is a hot topic of conversation in our community to at least have a public hearing. I don't know if we want to have a public hearing on this proposed ordinance or if there's some council members that would want to make some requested modifications beforehand. I'm certainly supportive of hearing from our community, particularly those that are UTV drivers and understanding the nuance. I think when the Transportation Commission started this, I thought of just three-wheelers, four-wheelers, and occasional side-by-side, and learning about all the differences that are out there has been enlightening for me. And it does make it more challenging to contextualize what is and what isn't a UTV and how it differentiates between a motorcycle or a trike or these. I was looking at these cool sidewinders that Polaris makes. I mean, it can be confusing. So I think getting some added information from those that are owners and drivers of these vehicles I think would be helpful for us as we make a decision, if any.
Sure.
Councilman Burr.
I agree with Councilman McCavan. I think that getting the public, getting public testimony would be important just to feel what they, see what they have to say about it. But beforehand, I think that would be, it probably would make more sense to come up with a draft. It would make sense to come up with something that we can present to the public for them to be able to have an opinion on. I think that would be, keep us more focused. That would be my recommendation. Come up with something that we can present and then have debate.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
question for the council president. Are you comfortable with at least putting out the draft that staff has put forth as presented, or are there changes or tweaks that you would want to make before we put it out there? For what's worth, I'm comfortable putting out the draft that staff has put out. We may make changes after the public feedback, but unless anyone's feeling really passionately that we've got to make this change right here, right now.
I would make a suggestion that I like the conversation. We did it same for the scooters. You know, people understand speed limits. I don't understand. I'm trying to think if the road on my street is a collector or not into Tuscany. I think it is, but I'm not positive. That to me, either be more definitive on arterial or a speed limit, I think it helps clarify. And so I would defer to maybe the speed limit conversation for the draft, if people would be open to that for the consideration as compared to arterial and collector definitions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I think the conversation about speed limits is a separate issue. For the benefit of the council, that was also a topic that the transportation considered, and they were not supportive of making any changes to the speed limits at this time.
I wasn't suggesting changing the speed limits. I was saying use that as the definer for where they can be ridden.
Mr. Mayor.
Because it clarifies for the most part, I think Pine and Maine are the only two collector roadways that I'm aware of that are near arterials that have the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. Most of everything else is 35 or higher. So, Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think it would still be a draft. It can always be changed, but I think doing it with a speed limit of, no person shall operate an HOV on a street with a speed limit greater than 25 miles per hour just says, okay, these are the streets. And we can always add in, except for, designate Pine and Maine and those 20 as off limits as well, if we feel the need to. But I just think having the speed limit, the designation makes it easier. It sounds like from the beginning, it was just difficult for officers to explain it, difficult for people to understand it. So I'm just trying to find ways that we can say, okay, it's very simple. And the sergeant has laid them out, being licensed, liability, restricted license plate, and you're operating on a street that's 25 miles an hour or less. So, and then there might be more things that come out of it, but again, it's a draft. But if that's something Sergeant Fraser, you're comfortable with, I mean, I'm comfortable with moving forward and then getting the feedback from our citizens saying, yay, nay, tweak this, tweak that, and get that feedback. But your thoughts, Sergeant?
Yes, thank you. I'm comfortable with that. It was an idea I proposed, and it answers the greater question is, what is the city's stance on the issue? What would we like to do about it? If that's what the city as a whole decides, I'm comfortable with that.
Councilman Burnt.
Ms. Kane, thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Burnt, that is easy enough. Would the council like that draft come back for review and then set the matter for public hearing, or just rewrite and set the matter for public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'd be satisfied with just receiving an email copy prior to a public hearing. I don't know if fellow council members have thoughts on that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I think that leaves a significant lack of clarity regarding golf carts, which it seems like we have a flawed ordinance now. I'm not supportive right now moving forward unless we have some data that justifies a public safety reason for moving forward, which I have not seen. I still think it's an improvement to have a speed limit. I think if we're going to do it. It's an improvement to have it done by speed limit and not by a definition of a type of roadway. I'd encourage us to include golf carts in the speed within the allowed alternative vehicles. I see a lot of people in golf carts in my neighborhood. It's never been an issue. Any issue I've seen has already been illegal under existing law. So that's what my struggle is still. So I'm not supportive of moving forward with an ordinance right now, but I'd say if you do want to do it, that's totally cool. But I would just make sure you address the golf cart question.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
as I read through the draft, and you might make sure I completely understand, under the definitions of off-highway vehicle, it included, shall be defined as all terrain vehicles, which are ATVs, motorbikes, especially off-highway vehicles. And that was a golf cart for that definition there. And then any UTVs or utility type vehicles. Is that correct? So golf carts would be included as an OHV as would be defined in this ordinance, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, yes, that is correct. The state statute defines OHVs as specialty off-highway vehicles, ATVs, UTVs, and motorbikes. But our city code that as drafted doesn't include motorbikes. That's not an issue we're seeing at all.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Ms. Kane, if you might expound on motorbikes, because I did see something last night for the first time that it was a little more than an electric bicycle and it was going quite fast. But when I looked and it went past and there was no license on it whatsoever and two people and it was really beefed up. So is that a motorbike or what are we talking when we say motorbike now?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, there's a distinction between an electric bike and a motorbike and a moped and a motorcycle. So who knows? There's all kinds of new gadgets out there. And for the most part, the state code covers them and makes some distinctions, but I think there are some things on the road that defy definition by the state code.
And, I think where I've navigated to in this conversation, at least right now, by moving the conversations, if you can license it and register it and have a license and insure it and have a licensed driver on it, that's one thing. Can't, it's a different thing, from where and how, but it's a huge, but it's, I don't know how long it's taken in this world for people to understand that you can't, I refer to the old CR80, Honda CR80s, that they were not street legal. But it probably took me until I was 15 to understand that different concept between seeing an XR 250 and a CR80, why one could go down the road with knobby tires, why the other couldn't for a kid. And I think we got to remember, it's our kids who are driving these things. With or without parental knowledge or with or without parental supervision. That's who I see driving all these. I don't see adults. From a practical standpoint. So what makes sense? And we just want to make sure that if they're going to be on them, that they understand where they can and can't, and they understand the difference when they see someone driving down the road, down. That's to me is that educational component that I don't know if they'll understand at what point in time. Oh, that has a mirror and a horn. Who notices that? Like, oh, they went to the store. I can go to the store. That lets me drive it in the subdivision. It's just down the street. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burke.
I'd be okay with having you bring back a revised document specifying what we spoke about tonight.
Mr. Mayor, as part of that revision, can we discuss if a council's in agreement with a current fine amount or if there is any interest in increasing it? I have an interest in increasing it. I think it would be more prohibitive, but I'm curious to hear what my fellow council members have to say.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So I think I'm in a similar boat to Councilmember Strader, right? Mayor's got a good point. It's licensed, registered, insured. I don't know if we need to classify this as something special, but I guess I would suggest if the topic of increasing the fine is something the council is supportive of, let's let's present as close to what the Transportation Commission has worked on to the public. And then after we've taken that public feedback, if we want to make those changes, I think that makes sense. Unless PD has a recommended fine. I don't know what the fine structure is for you guys when you're citing people for a excessive speed or a seatbelt inattentive driving. So I would hate for us to start wading into unilaterally picking out what that fine should be without further guidance from PD.
Just personally, I'm not a police officer, but I view fines as educational opportunities rather than deterrent to behavior. Sometimes they are, but in this case, I don't know that it would deter. If you're not getting points on your license, if you're not being, I don't know, maybe it would be though. If it's high enough, it probably would be, but
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I mean, I'm just thinking about myself as a youth and I'm 17 years old and I want to get somewhere and all I'm going to possibly risk is a $25 fine. Who cares?
Mr. Mayor.
Candidly.
Councilmember Pro, it's actually with court costs, it's closer to 85. It's 83.50 if court costs are 58.50. So it would significantly increase with the court costs, if that matters.
Direction?
Mr. Mayor, just to make sure I understood Council President Burns' direction, we come back with the draft and then move forward, or update the draft and
Hit the draft.
forward
share it
with public hearing.
electronically with council and then schedule for a public hearing on the topic. So we want regular public hearing, not just a work session topic. Yeah.
Okay, there needs to be a 30-day comment period, and the Idaho Parks and Rec Department needs to be notified so that council can consider their comments, if any. So it needs to be at least 30 days out.
Take your time. Or 30 days, whatever. Okay, thank you. All right. Council, do I have a motion?
Mayor.
Councilman Burt.
Move that we adjourn.
Second motion. Motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Are we ready? Council, we will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is June 22nd, 2021 at 6:02 PM. We will begin this regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader. Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here.
Absent is Councilman Borton.
Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. There will be no community invocation this evening, as I understand our individual was not able to make it. So with that, we will move on to the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
there is one change to the agenda. Due to the accelerated nature by the federal government to declare Juneteenth a national holiday on Thursday, Thursday, June 17th to take an effect on June 19th, we were unable to add this proclamation to the agenda prior to publishing. Additionally, it was not known if our friends with the NAACP would join us this evening until yesterday. So we would like to amend our agenda to add this proclamation by the city of Meridian to honor the Juneteenth holiday. We'll make that item 1 right before to the pickleball proclamation. So with that, I'd like to make it a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the amended agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda as amended is adopted. So with that, we will move on to item 1, which is Juneteenth Day. And Council President Burnt will lead us in this proclamation.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, pardon me. We do have people signed in for the public forum.
Okay. And I apologize for skipping over that item. We'll need to go to public forum first. So, Madam Clerk, I'll turn this over to you. Who signed up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 people signed in for the public forum tonight, the first of which is, Sally Reynolds.
President Taylor, if you can just have a seat for a second. You can just have a seat, and then we'll get to the proclamation
Wait
next.
for 1 second. Yeah.
And I apologize for skipping over that portion. You can say your name and address, and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes.
Certainly. So, and I have some slides. I believe Sonia's bringing those up. Okay. My name is Sally Reynolds. I reside at 1166 West Bacall Street, Meridian. So I'm here to talk about Meridian City transparency and accountability. Yesterday morning, the City Planning Department issued a TCO that allows a 24-hour grocery store to open on a major highway despite surrounding road improvements that are not completed, which was a requirement of the corresponding DA. The DA language is up there for you to read. Said condition was predicated on council's concern for public safety and flow of traffic in response to one of the largest public outcries during a public hearing this city has ever witnessed. This is what the reality was. But what has happened and nothing will change that. I'm here to speak to the bigger issue this brought to light. The transparency and accountability of City Hall departments. How can we learn from the situation, improve protocols, and demand better? Development agreements are not just a casual footnote to an approved application. They are the result of thousands of hours of hard work in a multi-pronged process that includes the developer, city staff, P&Z, and public comments. Ultimately, council approves a carefully crafted and legally binding agreement that is in Meridian City's best interest. In this case, the application took 3 years to go through the approval process, had thousands of public comments, and went all the way to the city courts for review. So how did a requirement of such a high-profile development agreement completely lose its teeth? Who approved the substantive deviation from the DA's original intent? The optics on this are troubling. Essentially, the message to the Meridian residents is this: the actions taken by city council during a public hearing and the ensuing DAs are inconsequential. At any point thereafter, the city may change its mind by ignoring or contorting the intent of the council's official action. Those troubling aspects are why I propose a future meeting topic, if not a special investigation, into how can the intent of council and the language in the DA be so flagrantly disregarded, and how was the language in the DA circumvented? Also, how can we ensure the integrity of our city council's actions in the DA and the DA terms? I tried to be a watchdog the last several weeks and called the city planning department for progress updates. The people I spoke with misled me to believe that a business could not operate on a TCO and that no C of O would be issued until the road improvements were complete. I believe that many of you on this council felt the same way, which is why weeks ago you asked for road updates from the developer, but he did not provide answers. Why not? In closing, I hope you will agree that the optics on this are puzzling, if not deeply disturbing. It baffles me how on an application as important as this one, at the gateway to our city, there wasn't more stringent oversight, even routine checks and balances that should have ensured city council's intended motion was properly executed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Denise LaFever.
Hello, my name is Denise Hanson LaFever, and I'm at 6706 North Salvia Way. I'd like to continue on with and expand upon Sally's comments. A few weeks before the TCO in question was issued, North Meridian residents received a grand opening announcement from WIMCO. How did WIMCO officially know they would be a grand opening, granted a TCO with the parameters to fully operate before one was officially issued? What do you say to residents suffering to unsafe traffic conditions and commuters sitting in gridlock who now knows Meridian City amplified those issues by allowing a 24-hour facility on a major highway to open prior to completed road construction? Road safety is not just a concern of ACHD and ITD, it is a quality of life indicator. Meridian City has the final say on a CO's issuance. Common sense dictates that issuing a TCO to a store that by ACHD and ITD traffic counts would bring between 20 and 30,000 cars per day to this corner is highly irresponsible. I'd like to also underscore Sally's concern about transparency. From a resident's point of view, what has transpired raises questions like, is there a city employee whose authority supersedes the city council? Do city council procedures for issuing certifications of occupancy and permits specifically scrutinize DA terms? What are the procedures for city council concerning compliance, implementation of DAs? Who's responsible to see they are implemented correctly? Council has the right and the responsibility to ask city staff what happened. This is an election year and the residents are sure to hear about government transparency and accountability. I respectfully ask you take this opportunity to stand up for the people who elected you, who asked you to represent them. As a residents, we have no legal recourse or avenue for redress in this situation. The state's attorney general does not have jurisdiction over cities, and the county prosecutor's office only handles criminal police reports filed against the city. If the city planning department decides to go rogue and the mayor condones or encourages the behavior, there is zero government oversight, zero accountability, and absolutely no consequences for its actions. Quite literally, City Hall answers to no one. Bottom line, any and all accountability is the city council's responsibility. Please ask for future meeting topics regarding deviations from CC actions and DA actions. And I respectfully ask that you do an investigation to find out and get to the bottom line of what happened here.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, lastly on the list, we have Dave Eastman.
If you just like submit them for the record.
Mr. Mayor, that's all we have signed up.
All right, thank you. So with that, we will move back to item 1, which is the Juneteenth Day proclamation. President Taylor, if you'd like to join Council President Burnt at the podium.
I want to welcome President Taylor and Mr. Baber and Victor for being here this evening, representing the NAACP. Start off by reading the proclamation. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger of the Union Army landed in Galveston, Texas, bringing news that the Civil War had ended and all the slaves were free. And whereas 1 year after freedom was granted to Black men, women, and children, the first celebration of Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day, Liberation Day, and Jubilee Day in its early years was held. And whereas since then, Juneteenth has long been celebrated among the African-American community for its historical significance. And whereas Juneteenth National Independence Day became a federal holiday in 2021, raising the public awareness of this date to all the people of the United States. And whereas it is important to recognize how Juneteenth has impacted the lives of all Americans, especially those in the African-American community. Therefore, I, Council President Tregay Burnt, representing on behalf of Robert E. Simison, our mayor, hereby proclaim June 19th, 2021, Juneteenth Day in the city of Meridian, and encourage all citizens to recognize and observe the historical significance of this day, dated the 19th day of June, 2021.
Thank you, Mayor Simpson, City Council President Treg Brett, and the entire membership of the City Council. It was just a little over 4 months ago that I stood in the council chamber to receive another proclamation on behalf of the Treasure Valley Branch NAACP, a proclamation proclaiming Black History Month in the city of Meridian, Idaho. While Idaho as a state recognized Black History Month, Meridian is the first city, to my knowledge, in the state to proclaim Black history in the city. And again, I stand here in these halls to receive yet another proclamation, this one in recognition and celebration of Juneteenth Day in the city of Meridian, Idaho. Following the passage of the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act, which President Biden signed into law Thursday, June 17th, 2021, the Juneteenth Day being the 11th federal holiday to be recognized in this nation. The governor of the state of Idaho signed a proclamation that recognized the 19th of June as a state holiday to be celebrated on Friday, 18th of June. Meridian, to my knowledge, has become the first Idaho city to proclaim the 19th of June or Juneteenth as the day to celebrate the day in which African-American slaves in the state of Texas was told that they was free nearly 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 by President Lincoln. So today, I am heartened to witness yet another first by the leadership of the city of Meridian, Idaho, in their determination of being the example of that shining city on a hill. And I thank you, President Trent, Mayor Simonson, and the entire city council membership. Thank you again.
Before we take a picture, I just wanted to say how grateful I am for the opportunity to extend this proclamation to our good friends at the NAACP. Thank you, folks, for coming this evening, and thank you, the city of Meridian, for the support. Today's a great day. Thank you for coming, President. Let's take a picture.
Open that up.
Well, Mr. Mayor, as our council president makes his way back up, I just glad to see that we're doing this. It's a great proclamation. And I think it's one all the residents of the city of Meridian can get behind, because this is a proclamation about freedom. I mean, we know the principles our country was founded on. We celebrate it 4th of July. And this is a freedom for people who now have that full opportunity of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. So you can always get behind proclamations for freedom and recognition of freedom. And we've got a long ways to go in this country for that full opportunity. But I think it's great when we recognize that opportunity that was now given to everybody. So it's exciting. Thank you, Mayor, for making this happen, and Council President Burnt for doing that. And just a great day.
Agreed. Awesome job, guys. Thank you, President Taylor.
Thanks.
With that, we'll move on to another proclamation for this evening. And if I could invite Bill Rapp with the Sports Strap Marketing, and whomever else you'd like to join at the podium, we'll do another proclamation. There's a little tournament going on, I hear.
Yeah, I got about 1,000 players from 32 states, but it's just a little one.
Yeah, well, I think we're all familiar with how crazed there is in the community for pickleball from that standpoint. I like to say that I was an early adapter, meaning I spent 1 year up in Seattle in high school. So 33 years ago, when we played pickleball indoors, that was my first time I got experience. I actually haven't played it since. So I got to get back. I got to get out on the court and try. Yeah, exactly. So we've got our pickleball aficionado who's maybe a little too aggressive for some of our city council members. So we'll have to see. So we're going to do a proclamation in honor of the tournament that's
So
occurring.
actually, I should say, Mayor, so you are a pickleball stud.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Put that on his business card.
So proclamation, whereas 2021 marks the 56th anniversary of pickleball, and in their 2020 pickleball participant report, the Sports and Fitness Industry Association reported pickleball currently had 3.46 million players in the US. And whereas the city of Meridian has 26 pickleball courts in our community, with future plans to add another 12 in the next few years, and it is estimated that every US state and all Canadian provinces now have pickleball venues, including senior residence communities, YMCAs, local community recreation centers, schools, and parks. And whereas the US Pickleball Association was formed in 2005 to promote the sport and maintains the official rules, sanctions tournaments, provides player rankings, and produces the annual USA Pickleball National Championships Tournament. And whereas the 2021 Pacific Northwest Regional Championship will be held at Settlers Park in the city of Meridian as the main event site, hosting nearly 1,000 players and over 1,000 guests traveling from more than 30 US states. And whereas this event will have significant economic impact in Meridian and throughout the Treasure Valley through partnerships with Meridian Chamber of Commerce and local Idaho businesses. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, hereby proclaim June 2021 to be USA Pickleball Championship Month. In the city of Meridian, encourage all citizens to learn more about this fast-growing sport, come out to watch this historic event, and to seriously consider becoming a pickleball player and begin take advantage of health, exercise, and social benefits of this sport, dated this 22nd day of June 2021. So with that, I'll say congratulations and welcome you to make some comments about pickleball and this event occurring in our community.
Well, I am the co-tournament director with the gentleman right here. Mike, put your hand up. Mike Hoxie. Mike Hoxie is the executive director for Pacific Northwest USA Pickleball. And so I was privileged to be hired by Mike, who's run tournaments probably for longer than anyone in the United States and has incredible experience. I actually come from the world of professional tennis down in California, that crazy state. I'm glad to be out of there, by the way. Did that for about 30 years, and now I'm moving into the pickleball world, and it's incredible. And I'm pleased to also have worked with numerous folks within the city of Meridian and also with a neighboring city. I just want to share that this city, and there's a gentleman right over there, I believe, Joe, are you the one to talk to? You look like a pickleball stud too. I didn't want to bring it up, but anyway. What's that? Okay, there you go. I just want to say is every department that I have worked closely with, which usually I try to avoid working with any cities on any projects, this city runs like a profitable business with classy people like Garrett and Skylar and like Joe over here and Sean in your police department. And so I just want to compliment the city of Meridian for being a city of firsts in my book. I've never worked with a city quite like this. The other person I'd like to call out tonight is Sean Evans, who I believe is here. I had one meeting with him and I did order a beer that had pickle juice in it. And before we started our lunch, I didn't know Sean, but I found out he was a wild man because he drank my beer before I drank it. So yeah, I almost moved to the other city, but we worked that out. So I also want to say is there's only one reason besides a great city to be in that makes for a great event, and that's the people. So I have people here from multiple states around the country that have joined our team. And this is a 10-month event. It takes 10 months to put an event like this together. We had just over 3 months. So based on the people that you see over to my right, who are unbelievable people, I just want to say this is where the thanks and the glory and heroes, as Jen, you like to call it, from zero to hero. And so this is a big deal for us. I will say it's nothing compared to the Juneteenth thing that just happened here with you gentlemen. And by the way, we're patriots and we love what just happened tonight. Yeah. So that's it, Mayor, and thank you for the proclamation. And Meridian is an unbelievable city.
So Councilman Bear, I know we're talking about getting the council together. for an event. Maybe it's a pickleball tournament in the park once they clear out.
I'm down to clown anytime to play pickleball.
All right. With that, we will move on to item number 3, a public hearing for Speedy Quick CR 2021-0003. Mr. Nair, should I open this public hearing or do we just move the continuance?
We need to open the hearing.
Okay, then I'll open this public hearing. Is there any staff comments this time? Nope. Okay. Then do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, does, I think that the applicant is here. Do they wish to say something before we continue this, or do we just want to continue it? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we continue the public hearing for Speedy Quick CR 2021-0003 until the meeting on July 6th, 2021.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue this public hearing to July 6th. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. Next item up is a public hearing for Roberts Annexation Easement Vacation H 2020-0038. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, member of the council. The first application before you tonight is a request for a vacation of an easement. This site consists of 1.77 acres of land. It's zoned R2 and is located at 1630 East Paradise Lane, which is south of East McMillan Road on the east side of North Locust Grove Road. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is low density residential. This property, lots 2 and 3, block 1, Heritage Subdivision number 2, was annexed into the city last month with an R2 zoning district in order for the applicant to construct a new home on the property and hook up to city water and sewer service. A provision of annexation requires the existing public utility easements on the 2 lots to be vacated and a property boundary adjustment application submitted to combine the 2 lots into one property prior to issuance of a building permit. The applicant proposes to vacate the existing public utility easements that lie along the south side of Lot 2 and the north side of Lot 3, Block 1, and has submitted a property boundary adjustment application to the city to consolidate the 2 lots as required. Relinquishment letters for the easements have been submitted for all potential easement holders, including CenturyLink, Idaho Power, Intermountain Gas, Sparklight, and Syringa Networks. They are all consenting to the proposed vacation of the easements. There has been no written testimony submitted on this application, and staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff? Is the applicant here? Would they like to provide testimony?
Mr. Mayor, the applicant is online.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Ben Semple with Rodney Evans and Partners, 1450 West Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. We don't have anything to add. It's just a simple vacation. We did get all of the relinquishment letters from the easement holders, and so we feel like it's kind of already done. I'll stand for questions, though.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant? Madam Clerk, do we have anybody sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to come forward and provide testimony on this item, or anybody online that would like to provide testimony? If you're online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one wishing to provide testimony, council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering all staff applicant testimony, I move to approve file number H 2021-0038 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of June 22nd,
We need
2000.
to close the public hearing first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. How about if I
Councilman.
move to close the public hearing on H 2021-0038?
Second.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Now I'm ready to roll, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hoagland.
After considering all staff and applicant testimony, I move to approve file number H 2021-0038 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of June 22nd, 2021.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item H 2020-0038. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Cavanagh.
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is a public hearing for Prevail North subdivision H 2021-0021. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments. Turn this over to Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. Thank you for your proclamations today. Very much appreciate them. As noted, the next item is for Prevail North subdivision. The subject property consists of 5.63 acres of land currently zoned C2 in the county, specifically located at 5150 South Meridian Road, which is approximately a quarter-mile south of Amity on Meridian Road. To the north is R4 zoning and a city property that's undeveloped. Also in that area is a county dispatch tower that also resides north of the property. To the east is R8 zoning, but undeveloped land. To the south is R8 zoning that is being developed currently under the Prevail subdivision, which is approved under the Percy subdivision. And to the west is Meridian Road. Further west of that is county RUT parcel, as you can see here. Future land use map designates this property as medium density residential, which allows residential uses to be constructed at the density of 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. As noted, the subject site is approximately 5 acres, 5.25 for the plat versus 5.6 for the annexation. It is in between multiple parcels that are already annexed into the city of Meridian. As noted, the site to the north is city-owned property that is reserved for a future well site and currently only has access to Meridian Road. Site to the north, site to the south is a 113 lot Prevail subdivision, which was approved in 2019, currently zoned R8 and has access to Meridian via Collector Street, East Court Street, which would be right here. It has a temporary emergency only access to Meridian Road as well, directly south of this parcel. The applicant on this application is the same as that for the Prevail subdivision to the south, which makes Prevail North a continuation of that subdivision. The applicant is proposing Prevail North with a gross density of 3.42 units per acre, which is at the low end of the allowable density. Because this is an extension of the Prevail subdivision to the south, the applicant is aligning the proposed lots with those to the south. Due to the site constraints, for it being deep but relatively narrow and having a waterway along the north boundary, the applicant is only proposing homes on the south side of the site. The revised plat is proposed with 18 building lots and 3 common lots on the 5.25 acres. The original had 19 building lots. It appears to meet all UDC dimensional standards for the requested R8 zoning district. The project is proposed as one phase, but will essentially be the phase 3 of the Prevail subdivision. The applicant has submitted conceptual elevations of the detached single-family homes, but this use does not require design review. But the elevations do depict a majority of 2-story homes with 2-car garages as one with varying home styles that are noted specifically here as traditional, craftsman, and contemporary. The subject site contains a large section of the Carlson lateral, which can be seen here. This has both the current location and topography, as well as the proposed, which is the boxes and the line here. The applicant is proposing to both reroute and pipe this lateral consistent with the desires of the city engineer. Piping this lateral will allow for more buildable area of the subject site. It will fix some of the topography issues for the city-owned property, as well as for this site, and allow easier maintenance by Boise Project Board of Control. Staff supports the piping of this irrigation lateral, and the proposed plan complies with city code. The proposed public streets are proposed as 33-foot street sections with attached and detached 5-foot sidewalks, allowing for on-street parking where no driveways exist, which does include the entire north side of the street, except for the bulb out at the center. Attached sidewalks are proposed along the new street on the south side, but the north side is proposed with a parkway. The access is proposed via extension of Keyport Avenue from the south, which is a local street stub to this property already from Prevail subdivision. Liberator Street, which is what's the east-west street, is proposed as approximately 908 feet in length from the center of the western cul-de-sac to the east property line. Although the length of the street from east to west is greater than 750 feet in length, South Keyport intersects the street approximately halfway to break up the block length. So there are no code issues with the proposed block length. In addition, UDC 6C-3 subdivision design standards notes that a dead end street cannot be greater than 500 feet in length without an intersecting street or without a council waiver. Because of South Keyport intersecting Liberator at its location, neither the west or the east cul-de-sac is greater than 500 feet, and again, does not require any council waiver and meets code. The applicant is also proposing 2 substreets to adjacent properties, one to the north out of the west cul-de-sac and one to the east out of the east cul-de-sac. Staff supports the overall road layout and substreet locations as proposed on the revised preliminary plat. Though there is potential for topography to complicate the future road extension to the east, staff highly recommends maintaining the substreet to the east for added future connectivity through the Brighton parcel to the east. This recommendation is based both in code, UDC 11383, and from recommendations of the Meridian Fire Department for better neighborhood connectivity and emergency response access as the properties to the south and southeast develop. The minimum amount of qualified open space that should be provided for this site is 0.53 acres based on a plat size of 0.525. With the revised landscape plans, the numbers discussed within the staff report are not accurate and they have been updated since the original publication. The applicant is continuing a segment of multi-use pathway along Meridian Road frontage, which qualifies as a required amenity. Because this plat would be an extension of the already approved Prevail sub to the south, the applicant has indicated these future residents will be able to use the other amenities and open space within that subdivision. The closest amenity to this phase is an open space lot with a playground directly south of Keyport Avenue extension and has a micropath in direct alignment with that amenity lot. So Prevail North is here, Keyport micropath, tot lot in the center of the development. The applicant is proposing approximately 1.15 acres of overall open space, which is approximately 22%, with 0.74 acres of that area as qualifying, which equals 14%. Change that occurred since the original publication of the staff report is that the fencing along the Carlson lateral easement has been moved to make the easement area non-accessible and therefore cannot be counted towards a qualified open space, which you can see is the brown area on this colored plan. Fencing the easement area off aligns with Boise Project Board of Control comments and city code for added safety. Despite being less than previously thought, the proposed open space still exceeds the minimum requirements and staff is still in support of the proposed open space and landscaping. The commission, really their only point of discussion was the purpose of rerouting the Carlson lateral and how its new placement can affect any future road extensions from the proposed substreet out of the west cul-de-sac. Other than that, they did not have many questions, and the commission did recommend approval of the subject applications. There was no written testimony prior to the commission hearing and no written testimony prior to the council meeting. So for that, I will stand for any questions from council.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Thank you very much. With that, turn this over to the applicant. State the name and address and be recognized for 15 minutes.
Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile. I promise I won't speak 15 minutes. See how it goes. This little, I call this little sliver of land north of Prevail. And we started Prevail 2 years ago. We looked at it, was for sale by an owner who was pretty proud of the price considering it was approved for mini storage. And it had challenging access in that it didn't have any access to Meridian Road under the access policy. Even so, it's so expensive to develop with the 48-inch lateral in the north and the grading and only getting lots on one side that we passed. But recently, in the last 6 months, we reevaluated that decision and thought, well, maybe we should do it. But here we are. It is challenging from an engineering standpoint. It is expensive, but the market is allowing us to, we're seeing this as a positive endeavor to move forward. But it also, importantly for us and probably for the city, we get to control the lot size, incorporate them into our HOA, join the pressure irrigation systems. And there's a third dimension to this that you can't picture from these exhibits, in that there's about 10 feet of fall from that tan area on the north, which is flat, down to the road that we're Liberator Road. And there's another 10-foot drop from the back of our lots down into Prevail 2. It's a very challenging site from a grading standpoint, and coordinating that grading is very important, and we're able to do that. having bought this piece and we've already started engineering it, and it's even a little bit worse than I thought in terms of the amount of dirt we have to move and cut and fill to shape it all in there, but it works. It's tight, but it works. So with that, I think the positives are it incorporates nicely into Prevail. It's an extension. It cleans up a pretty messy little hillside sliver with limited access, and it fits, it works. And we're looking forward to developing it over the winter when we can pipe that ditch. Typically, we'd normally ask for a waiver since it's such a large one, 48 inches. However, it is up on a hill. We do need to straighten it out, and it's very important that we just get that thing underground in a concrete pipe and not leave it hanging up on the side of a hill. Not that it's ever blown out, but you never know. So it's just, we're not even asking for a waiver. We're just gonna pipe it and get it done. Very expensive, but it's just what you need to do. For me, there's only one issue I'm gonna ask for a little bit of we do agree with staff's conditions of approval, and there's a little issue about the access that was mentioned. It was a point of, it was the only point we kind of discussed with staff going to the north. It's always important to continue and have connectivity to adjacent properties. We're limited by Meridian Road. On our west, we can't access it with vehicles. We are going to access it with a pathway, a pedestrian pathway. So that leaves the property to the north, which is a city property that's that we have this large, with this large pipe up on the top of the hill, and then we're coming down, and we need to get our cul-de-sac up over that to provide connections to the north. So and I know your Public Works Department has said, we really don't want that connection to the north. We don't need that connection to the north. I would say if the city parcel could get connections from that parcel to the north out to Amity, we prefer to eliminate that little connection. It would allow us to drop our cul-de-sac about 6 feet. And there's a whole lot of slope grading and other complications. But if we have to do it, we have to do it. I'm just saying, if there is another alternate route in the future to the north out to Amity, that would be the way to get to the city property, and not through this piece out of the end of that west cul-de-sac. That's all I'm saying. And our design horizontally stays the same with the cul-de-sac where it is. It's just vertically, does it move up or down 6 feet in the air is the only change, which you just can't see here. But we started the engineering plans a little bit early, so we kind of know where we're at. And that's my only request. But other than that, I know Brighton's saying that Stub Street to the east will never go through. It's their last phase. They claim it's 8 years out. There is a drop off as you go east down into a ravine where the city sewer goes through. So it is challenged with some topography going east as well as north. I'm just saying the one to the north, we'd like a waiver from it to not have to lift it up so high to get up and over that pipe, and just kind of be able to drop it down and blend into the topography a little bit better. But we can live with either decision. And I hate to see Public Works and Planning disagree, but it's kind of interesting. But other than that, it's just one of those issues that's come up that Public Works doesn't need it, but Planning says we really like it. And so, but it's a future city water tank site. I guess it's 5 to 10 years out. It's situated at the top of a hill, which is where you want your water tanks. It's the high point of South Meridian. And that's why we have some topographical challenges. So with that, I'll stand for any questions and ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Council, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience who would like to come forward and provide testimony? Now would be the time to do so. Or if you're online and you'd like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature. And you'll be unmuted. Seeing no one wishing to provide testimony in either fashion. Would the applicant like any final comments? Nope. So council, turn this over to you for questions, comments, or motions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
a question for Mr. Stewart in our Public Works Department. If you wouldn't mind, Warren, explaining the situation for that north stub a little more for us. This is for a future water storage facility that we have to be prepared for. What Or is there something already, there's an existing well site there already, or both?
Thank you, Councilman Hoagland, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We bought this property a number of years ago after we bought the reservoir site on Locust Grove Road, just south of Victory. And there was a lot of work that had to be done with the community to put that water tank in. We wanted to make sure that the next water tank that we put in, that we were out way ahead of that. So we bought this property a few years ago, knowing that we were going to need a water tank out in this area. It's one of the things that Matt brought up is it's on the top of the hill. So we've got a lot of elevation there, which is good. We can use gravity for pressure in the system if that's the direction that we decide to go. We also think it might serve as a good well site in addition to the reservoir site in the future. The conundrum that we're running into here between us and essentially planning has their rules and one thing and another about connectivity. The City of Meridian site has a direct access off of Meridian Road. It's a deeded access from ITD. We've already confirmed ITD has no intentions of taking that away. We will have to bring in large trucks and vehicles, semi trucks and so forth into this site, not only for construction, but also chlorine delivery and other things on an ongoing basis for operations and maintenance. We feel that it is a much better solution for us to bring those in directly off Meridian Road rather than to wind through a residential subdivision to get into our facility. So we would like to keep the access that we have off of Meridian Road and be able to utilize that for access to this site. There's also on the western portion of this site a large radio receiver tower that sits there that belongs to the county. And so you've got both of those elements in there. You can see it on the far right picture, that little kind of triangular shaped piece. That's the tower. That's the communication tower. We plan to site our reservoir and potentially a future well site immediately to the east of that. So there's not a whole lot of place for that road that goes up right there on just off of Meridian Road. There's not a whole lot of place for that to go anyway. And its topography is challenging to say the least. So that's the situation, and I'll answer any additional questions that you may have.
So Warren, just kind of follow up on that. Is it that you want that access for construction, or you want to take that access at all times?
We would prefer to have that access at all times. We think this is kind of an industrial facility. We would prefer to have access even for operation and maintenance. We have to bring well drilling rigs in there periodically just to clean the well, and really don't feel like winding through the subdivision is the way to access that site.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
I would also like to comment on this just to clarify two things. One, when the city property does develop, to maintain that access, they will need a waiver from city council because our code does not allow that, because if they have a lesser classified street to take access from, which then leads to this project and this site. Staff is not, by proposing a street from this site to that site, we're not saying that they cannot have that access, but obviously they would be required to request a waiver from city council. Nor am I telling Public Works that they should circumnavigate a residential development in order to do that. If ITD says that it's okay, I'm assuming that property will, when that project comes through, council will take that into account, but that property is not on the docket tonight. Our code does require those additional stub streets for connectivity. So if it is council's purview to remove one or both stubs, that is your purview through the council waiver.
And Mayor, if you will.
Yes, Warren.
City council, we understand that. We realize that arm wrestle may come at a future date. Just wanted to kind of offer perspective from our proposed use of that facility. What we think we'll work with whatever we need to, but for the time being, we'll just fence it.
something for future, and this is where my question goes, is at what cost are we going to build a road from Meridian Road into the site? Because we got to go around a few corners once a year or once every other year. But that's a conversation for maybe for future, but this is part of today, I guess. It's a legitimate question that I would have from that. I mean, we do have another well site inside a subdivision. Granted, you don't have to go through corners to get there, but
Yep. Mayor, there is one other sort of mitigating factor, if you will, that the council probably ought to be aware of. Because that is a lateral, the irrigation district has a maintenance road that goes back there. That access road already exists. It's the access road for our site and for the maintenance of that lateral. That will not go away. The irrigation district's going to insist that that be maintained, that there be an access along that ditch no matter what. So that road will probably always be there, whether we are allowed to use it or not, because the irrigation district will insist that they have it for maintenance. And so that road already exists into the site. And it's an improved gravel road. Just wanted you guys to be aware that that little nuance exists.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I don't know, Warren, if you can tell me, I mean, this is a site with three separate applications, or will have three eventually. We got the radio tower that's for the county. We've got a city Meridian well site, and then a water storage site at some point in the future. And so there are three different activities going on. The most active one, I'm assuming, would be, is it the well that needs the chemicals, or is it the storage facility that will need it? I don't know how active trucks will be going to that tower site for occasional possible maintenance or just checking the site. But can you tell me about the water and storage and well site and how much access is needed for that? How often?
Sure. So the first piece of that puzzle that'll go in, well, of course, the tower is already there. That's owned by the county. It's not even on our property. They have their own piece of property, but it is a big facility there that's, takes up a fair amount of space. The first thing that'll go in on our side is the water tank itself. And in association with that water tank will also be a booster station. It'll look very similar to the facility that you see out on Locust Grove Road south of Victory. So that'll be the first elements that get put in place. There are situations where, well, for one, because there's a booster station in the tank, our operations and maintenance crews will visit it multiple times a week with their regular vehicles and equipment. Every time we have to go in and do maintenance on a pump, there'll have to be a crane tractor that comes in there, lifts the pumps and motors out of the roof and one thing and another. That happens periodically, but that's, hopefully only every few years that takes place. There might also be a need for chlorine injection to keep the water fresh. We don't know that until the design is complete, until we get the opportunity to work through those issues. But certainly if we then go ahead and put a well on, which is not for sure, because we would have to do a test well first and find out whether that's a good candidate for a well site. We think because of its proximity to the reservoir that it might be. But if that went in, then there would be certainly delivery of chlorine to the site for chlorine injection. There would definitely be people visiting it every day. And every now and again, every 5 years or so, there'd be a big drill rig that would come in and set up and over the top of the well and clean and service the well and put it back into service after they're done. So that kind of gives you a flavor of what takes place.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
Warren, and maybe give us a flavor, like a drill rig sounds like a very sizable vehicle to me. Maybe just give us an idea of, the real constraints around getting these vehicles to that site. Well, it is a big rig. That's the biggest one I can foresee going in there. But those drill rigs are very large apparatus. They probably the size of our biggest fire trucks, or maybe even bigger. And so, I mean, can we go through that subdivision?
Perhaps the thing that concerns me is immediately north of the little cul-de-sac, the northern stub that you see there. If you could see where that tower is, you can see the fence, you can see that fencing across there. Immediately to the north is the tower. So we'd have to make a pretty significant right turn pretty quick to get back into the site, because you can see where that tower property is. We'd come out of that little bulbous cul-de-sac going on the north, and we'd have to immediately turn to the right to come over to where we plan to put that's going to be a tight turn to get one of those big rigs in. Whether we can do it or not, I don't know. I haven't actually put the radiuses on there to see if that's how easy or not that's going to be. But it's going to be challenging. I think the bigger question is, do we need a public street diving into that industrial facility? I don't know. I'm not here to try and argue this point tonight. I really am not. I'm not trying to give our planning department a hard time. I just want to, from our perspective, what we feel like we need versus what we don't necessarily need. If this was going to be a subdivision to the north, I could certainly understand that access, but that's not what it'll be.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
if council were to consider a waiver in this situation, would that need to be a separate noticed public hearing from what we're doing this evening?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, that is, no, it would be included in your motion tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, question for Joe real quick. So
Councilman Hoagland.
that stub to the north, it's just staff was looking at it as a connection for for those properties of that by the city and county. There will not be any additional access that you can see, or we know there's not an application there or anything, but is that what staff is looking at, that there's some potential for a connection for other development out there besides what is planned now?
Councilman Hoagland, that's a good question. I would say that because that application hasn't come through, and I assume, as discussed, that the city Public Works is going to ask for that connection, and because of the examples that they use with the drill rigs, I can conceivably say that staff may support that waiver in a future application. I don't necessarily see it an issue. It would also be another great access for fire. Getting a thumbs up. So that, yeah, that plays a part in it. To north of the city property, north of the county site, there is a property here that is currently, I believe, approved for some type of storage. However, that with the changing market has come across in meetings of maybe going to a residential, which again, having an additional public road connection that isn't Meridian Road is part of what our comp plan and what our code talks about. So yes, having a public road bisect a piece of a city property is not ideal, which is why the applicant worked with Public Works and moved it from the east cul-de-sac to the west cul-de-sac because of sewer easements, because of topography, because of the potential or proposed location of the well and reservoir. So those things have been taken into account. Again, for planning future connectivity, that is what we would like. I do want it to just be reminded that the city property isn't before us tonight. And then on top of that, because it's ending in a cul-de-sac with a little stub of right of way, there is no requirement that I know of, unless ACHD can correct me, that that road will have to be extended into the city site. If the city site comes in and they say, no, we just want to have our access, it is what it is. And then there's just a fence because it ends in a cul-de-sac. So there's potential for different alternatives coming forward once the city site develops, which again, 5 to 10 years, we'll see how development in the South Meridian works, but at least for now, planning staff wants that opportunity.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe.
Since Joe brought it up, that access to the city property would have potential to give us another access into Prevail. As it sits right now, Prevail only has one way in, one way out for that whole subdivision. including this new piece that is being added onto it. There is a temporary emergency access there, but as things are growing out here, this temporary emergency access is turning into more of a permanent emergency access. So it would be beneficial for the fire department to also leave that little nub there just in case we need to get through to Meridian Road.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
question for Deputy Chief. Then if that access is there, the stub there to the going north, and that road, we know the lateral is not going to go away. That's going to be there for maintenance purposes. And it sounds like from Matt, it's improved gravel. Does that become the emergency access for that subdivision, or will there still need to be maintained for that where they're showing it now as well?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, it would have to be maintained, and it's kind of like Warren was talking as well. You know, I don't know exactly what the lateral does right there. I haven't been out there, so I don't even know, like, he needs to make that right-hand turn. I would have to make that left-hand turn or a right hand if we're coming in. So we would be in the same boat. We just have to see what the layout of it, what it looks like, to see if we can make that corner. Because we have the same problem with the large fire engine. So,
Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify that point further, that the making that an emergency access is not part of the application currently. That the one to the south with Prevail 2 would be maintained, and that would be the official emergency access. Should there be a big emergency and fire has to use it, I'm sure they could. Sure, I would love to run a fire truck through the fence, but it's not one of the official emergency accesses that we are proposing.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I'd like to have Matt weigh in on this discussion a little bit on thoughts for that access. It sounds like there's also some steepness to that. I'm just thinking slope plus turn. And that's the hard part about these things. It doesn't come in 3D. So, and we don't deal with a lot of hills in Meridian. So it's hard to, you go by there on the highway and you see it, but you don't really appreciate slope until you're actually out on site and looking at it. So you could give us your observation and comment.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Hoagland. I didn't know if the public hearing was closed or not. So appreciate the opportunity. My thoughts are the topography and the fact there's a large diameter pipe right north of our property line where that ditch is piped is high, if you will. And the cul-de-sac wants to be low. And you have to get up over that and meeting emergency access rules for steepness and cover. And the ditch company doesn't like us to do what's called a siphon, where you drop the pipe and come back up. They don't like that. And so that would be a solution, later, if it ever wanted to be extended, you just siphon that pipe, drop it low so you could put that at the proper steepness. We could still drop the cul-de-sac now and it would all blend in. I did observe, and Public Works Director, Mr. Stewart did point out the location of the stub is not ideal for getting into that site in terms of it's a pinch point with the, in addition to the topography, the horizontal pinch point with that tower site. You can see the fence there just due north. That's the corner, and it'd be a hard turn in there. So my thoughts are, obviously there's no waiver for the mid-mile access policy on the agenda tonight. It's not our, not our prerogative to ask for that, but I know the ditch company is always going to use that mid-mile access. They're always going to use that. And if Warren's correct that the ITD would grant that, I see it as a very low impact waiver that the council would probably grant, but that's just my speculation later, and that we wouldn't need this connection to the north, and that we wouldn't have these industrial trucks coming through and things like that. So from a pure engineering standpoint, I'd like to eliminate it. That's just my personal, don't want to lift that cul-de-sac 6 feet to get up and over that pipe is my personal desire for it. And then there's these other issues that have come up, and I appreciate the discussion always. There's a lot of different angles on this, but we're willing to do it either way. We'll make it work either way. And we're not here to hold up anything. It's just we're asking for the waiver. I know Warren's suggesting that it get waived, and that's where we're at.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burr.
Before we close the public hearing, I guess my first thought that comes to my mind is if I were a homeowner there, I would probably want as much protection from, you know, that city-owned property as I could. I also think that, you know, if that were not a city property, would I treat this property differently? And I don't know if I would. I don't think I would. So just a quick thought for me, I'm leaning toward granting the waiver. Just I don't know if that's necessarily needed at this time. I could change my mind though, but I just wanted to give my thoughts to start the discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hogan.
Yeah, I was on council when the other water storage facility went in off of Warren, was that Locust Grove and Amity or no, or Victory? I think Victory. Yeah. And it was amazing because you had a lot coming off of Victory. It didn't go through a subdivision, but people were up in arms because they could see it. And it was alongside a creek. There's no way in the world that would happen if we then told them the city vehicles are going to be going to that site in and out. I mean, we're talking there were people up in arms. Well, you see how people get sometimes when you're messing with their home. So, and even though this is in this stage right now, people aren't living there, you still have to think people would not want those vehicles going through their subdivision. And it's the thing where there is the access for the irrigation district. We know that's not going to go away. That is part of their easement. And so that kind of makes that decision a little easier. I appreciate the deputy chief's, looking for other access points. It's always a good thing. But even if we were to require that to stay, there's still going to be the fire access requirement. So it's not like it's really needed for fire access. Future development. I mean, Joe, you give me pause to think through that. Is there going to be future development? What does that look like? Again, we might start needing for these areas, the grid maps, the topography maps on these, because to figure out, oh, that's a really steep slope because the grid lines are so close, because it is hard to tell really to know what that slope is. And you go, yeah, that's such a steep slope. They're not coming up that. So it's hard to tell, but we do want to pay attention to that connectivity, and it makes sense. And I think we're pretty good about making sure we have cross access and different things like that. So, the one going to the east, I definitely think is needed. It may not be needed in the future, but that's a possibility. Again, there's a ravine there. I don't know what that looks like, but to me, that makes sense. The other one, not so much. So that's just kind of what's going through my brain right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. I have a question for staff for Joe. So you had said there's a privately owned property to the north of what the city has, and we don't know at this point if they would get access off of Amity. Could that potentially landlock that piece of property?
Councilwoman Perot.
Because of ACHD's rules regarding access from arterial roads?
Councilwoman Perot, it wouldn't landlock them, but it would make, if they don't have a public road from this site through the city site. So again, that would be predicated on the city site providing that substreet to their northern property line. I could say that ACHD, they have to provide access, so they will, to either Meridian or Amity, more than likely Amity, but it's going to be probably a restricted access, but it would also be determined on what use they're proposing. Again, right now, I believe it was approved for some type of storage, which, neither here nor there how we feel about that, but the access points for that are going to be different than what someone's going to want for a apartment complex or even a mixed use, which it is designated as mixed use on the future land use map there. So. Which would be,
Mr. Mayor.
where's the mouse? The parcel here.
Councilman Pro.
Joe, do you know the size of that parcel or multiple parcels? It's,
I believe it's at least 18 acres, the larger parcel.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
So Joe, if we kept the stub, does that give us the most optionality possible, in your opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
That's kind of what I'm leaning toward personally. I think that at least keeps our options open into the future. I think Councilwoman Perot just brought up a really important point about that property to the north.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Warren, I recognize the location of the storage tank is kind of unique, but do you have, or is there plans to put some type of signage out there so that as this part starts to develop, at least people know what's coming?
Councilmember Cavanagh and the mayor, members of the council. We've had that site up or that sign up since the day we bought it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
just to follow up again on that, that parcel to the north, is there any chance the city, what would the process look like if a applicant came in and requested access through the city property? One, is it likely that it would be granted? Two, is it feasible to actually have access because of the location of this tower? And three, is it going to bisect the city property in such a way we can't use it for what its intended use is?
Councilman Perot, great question. It is a little awkward because of that, where the property lines are for the county tower. It's in that weird shape because the anchor lines, the anchor points for that tower are very similar to where the end of the property lines are. So where that stub is, you can kind of see it here. Blue line, I wish was gone, but public road would have to kind of snake around it and then come up. Engineering wise and ACHD minimum radii and things like that. I honestly do not know if those could be met, and that's unfortunate. So it might be a moot point. I do understand that predicament there.
Would it be possible to pull up Google Earth?
Yes. Perhaps. Our GIS would be better, but I don't know if this login will let me log into that.
You can turn on contours in GIS if you can do that.
Mr. Mayor, while he's pulling that up, I did for Councilwoman Perot, that property is 15 acres. It's 15.15. And the one next door to it is 5.84.
I should have a map up. There we go. So we have this here. Can't turn on all the layers I want just because of their map. What's available to the public versus what's available to staff is very different. But generally the cul-de-sac, I believe, is right here. So that stub would kind of stub into here. I do not think that having a stub road here would make this site unusable, right? That road is going to have to fit here regardless of if it's an access road or a public road, which I would not propose a public road from this point. If it was aligned up here to the east, I think there'd be more of a driveway access with a gate on it to protect and keep our site, our city site safe and keep residents safe. But what they do with this western piece, I'm under the impression that there's nothing that can be done there for the city. It would just kind of be there anyways. So I do see both sides. I do agree with Councilwoman Strader that it does give us the most optionality, not necessarily that we have to pull the trigger on any of it, but at least it gives us the option.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
thank you so much for that. So either way, the property to the north is going to have to get access off of an arterial. That's kind of what I was trying to understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. I would also like to note that if there isn't a stub from this property and when the city site develops, we're basically requiring council to grant a waiver to access Meridian Road because they would not have any other access point. With that, I'm also not saying that we should only allow access through the subdivision to the south because of the issues that we've discussed. I think that might be a poor decision as well. I would not promote big trucks coming through the residential neighborhood. I would not be happy about that either. So there's multiple facets to this. As usual, I can't come to you with an easy project, but it's part of the deal nowadays.
Mr. Mayor, I have another question for the applicant, if it's permissible.
I'm sure he would love to answer a question.
Mayor?
Thank you, Matt. So just so that I'm understanding correctly, you're not requesting that to necessarily eliminate the access, the stub. You would prefer that a section of that pipe be moved and completely removed by Public Works, and that would make it more feasible from an engineering standpoint to leave the stub? Or are you requesting that the cul-de-sac stay, but the stub not be added and the cul-de-sac would just be enclosed? Help give us clarity on
Yeah,
that.
so when we first started this layout, this issue about connectivity came up and we've moved and jockeyed stuff around. So here's where we think it should go. And then you start digging into the engineering and do we really need it? If we really don't need it, then let's not, preferably, is kind of where we're at, because it does cause some complications with the ditch company. I'm sitting here thinking, if you guys approve it with the stub and we design that cul-de-sac high enough to get up over that, I'm gonna go to the ditch company and ask them, hey, when the city does come in and they do connect this thing, can they put two manholes on the other side and drop the pipe so the road can go down shallower and we could just today lower that thing, just keep it low? I'm going to ask that question before we go to final design. If you do approve the stub, if we don't need it, another thought I have, I thought you guys might have some access off of Amity through the industrial sites already. I thought that could be an option as well, which has not come up. That might be an option to get you another, in addition to the mile access, which is mid-mile, it's not even mid-mile, but our South Meridian Road access, it's always going to be there because of the ditch company anyways. So that north access is an option. If we really don't need it, we're asking for the waiver. If we really, really need it, then we'll deal with it and we'll deal with the ditch company and try to explore other options. But we'd just like to eliminate it and fence it off. So I would like to add, which I didn't point out this first time, that tan piece that's in the color rendering, that's going to be part of the easement. We're proposing to give that to the city just because we're going to fence it off between the tan and the colored with the wrought iron fence. So we're going to get a wrought iron fence the whole way. We're going to pipe that ditch the whole way. And then we're going to have this HOA owned, or not HOA owned, but if we didn't have somebody to give it to, it'd be an HOA owned no man's land that we'd rather just give to the city, deed it with our plat. It's half acre. You can't build anything on it, but you can certainly turn around trucks on it and probably park on it. So that is part of the proposal as well too, that we need that half acre strip, which is not talking about that stub. That's just a by the way informational that I forgot to mention originally. So thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I move that we close the public hearing for, make sure I get the number right. Prevail North Subdivision H 20210021.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there a discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
why is it always these small applications that have the most questions? I don't know. I'd like to make a motion. I'm not sure I'm gonna actually word it correctly, so I'll rely on staff as far as the council waiver goes. But I move that we approve the application for Prevail North subdivision H20210021 with a waiver not to require a stub street on the western cul-de-sac. We need more specifics than that.
Mr. Mayor, that's enough for me to make the motion and I guess add a, sorry, wheels are turning here. They're a little slow these days. It could either add it as a DA provision or make a specific comment within one of the conditions of approval of the plat to just say that the requirement for the substreet to the north is no longer there. It was waived by city council.
Do we need to reference the section of the staff report that specifies the requirement?
No, I can take care of that as well as the parcel number to the parcel to the north.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
yes, I still think it probably works either way. So I think I'd probably vote for it either way, but do we feel like we still have kind of I guess my question to maybe through you to Councilwoman Perot would be, did she feel like her concerns are alleviated about access then to the property to the north in the future?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
I do. It sounds like there's quite a bit of confidence that the city will still be able to access from Meridian Road, and that's the preferred method of access on the city's part for construction vehicles. And personally, I think it would be wise for the city not to take access through the subdivision. It does have concern if at any point in time, I don't know if ITD can remove that access from the city. I assume not. That would be my only concern. But otherwise, it sounds like there's quite a bit of confidence that the city will be able to access it from, and I believe that the city should.
Call for a question.
Question has been called. Clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh.
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Strader.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Next item is public hearing for the 10 at Meridian H 2020-0025. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Sorry for the delay there. The next application before you is a request for annexation and zoning. This site consists of 40.3 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in Ada County and is located at 75 South 10 Mile Road at the southwest corner of West Franklin Road and South 10 Mile Road. The comprehensive plan future land use map designations for this site are mixed use commercial, which is approximately 22 acres, high density residential, which is approximately 11 acres, and a approximate 3-acre portion of mixed use residential, kind of a little sliver there along the southeast boundary of the site. The applicant is proposing to annex 40.3 acres of land with R40, which is 13.04 acres, and CC zoning, which is 27.25 acres. A conceptual development plan was submitted as shown that proposes a mix of offices, a financial establishment, retail pads, a grocery store, vertically integrated residential and multifamily residential in accord with the associated mixed-use commercial, high-density residential, and mixed-use residential future land use map designations in the 10-mile interchange specific area plan for this property. A phasing plan was not submitted. However, the applicant states the 3-story flats and townhome style multifamily residential and clubhouse will develop in the first phase, along with the associated infrastructure. The 4-story high-density multifamily residential will follow, with the commercial last as tenants commit. A future preliminary plat will be submitted, and the final plat, or it's proposed to be final platted in one phase of development. Access is proposed as shown on the concept plan. ACHD supports the following accesses. Access A, full access. Access B, right in, right out only. Access C, right out only. Access D, right in, right out only. And Cobalt, right in, right out, left in only. Staff recommends access is restricted through the development agreement as supported by Ada County Highway District. Cobalt Drive is proposed to be extended to the west from 10 Mile. The eastern portion lies entirely on the subject property and will require construction of a bridge over the Kennedy Lateral and stubs to the south to be extended entirely on the adjacent property to the south. And this is generally consistent with the master street map for this area. The applicant requests council approval of a waiver to UDC 11-3A-6B3 for portions of the Kennedy Lateral, which bisects the site, to remain open and not be piped. Conceptual building elevations were submitted for the proposed multi-family flats, townhome style multifamily, high-density apartments, and clubhouse as shown. Final design is required to comply with the design guidelines in the 10-mile interchange specific area plan and the standards in the architectural standards manual. A development agreement is recommended as a provision of annexation that contains certain requirements for development of this property as noted in the staff report. Staff requests council motion include a revision to the development agreement, provision A1D, which requires the subject property to be subdivided prior to any development occurring on the site, to instead require the property to be subdivided prior to issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for the development. And this is consistent with what the applicant is asking for tonight. The commission recommended approval of the subject annexation request with the requirement of a development agreement. Wendy Shreve, JUB Engineers, the applicant's representative, testified in favor, along with Lane Borges and Heath Clark. Cody Black commented on the application. He was representing the property owner directly to the south. Written testimony was received from both Cody Black and Wendy Shreve, the applicant's representative. The key issues of discussion by Cody Black, he was the property owner to the south again, requests the western portion of Cobalt Drive be located on the subject property and not on their property. Key issues of discussion by the commission was the location and alignment of Cobalt Drive to the west, and opinion that too much residential may be proposed, that the northern flats should be converted to commercial uses. There were no changes made to the staff recommendation by the commission, and the only outstanding issue for council tonight is the applicant's waiver for portions of the Kennedy Lateral, which bisect the site to remain open and not be piped, as I previously mentioned. Staff was asked by council to provide information on residential units in the 10-mile area that have been constructed. There are 517 single-family units and 1,389 multifamily units that have been constructed in this area. And then there was some discussion, I believe, earlier wanting to know what the percentage of the site was proposed to develop with residential uses. And that is 64% of the site, with 36% being commercial. And just in the mixed use commercial section, there's 41% of that area that's proposed for residential uses. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Sonia. I appreciate some of the follow-up, and so we just had a presentation not too long ago, kind of by a fabulous intern that did some work for us, walking us through the pitfalls of mixed use. And I think it's important for us to learn our lessons. So I had a few questions. One of the questions I had was, what percentage of commercial would we expect based on the flume or the comp plan for this overall area to be consistent with that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council, the numbers in the comp plan are for mixed use commercial are 20% residential with 25% office and 50% commercial, 5% civic.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I had a few.
Councilman Schrader.
All right, I'll stick with it. Thank you very much. And so that sounds like that may be a bit off. Another question I had was, do you feel like for something of this size that it's typical to go for an annexation and zoning without the final plat? I guess one of the concerns I have, we've heard that we run into situations where the residential goes in and then unfortunately the commercial may go in last. And so we may not actually get the commercial that we want. So that's a big concern of mine is, I guess I'm looking for staff's commentary on how we could avoid that situation here. If we can.
Mr. Mayor, Council, clarification on what I just said. That was actually from the Land Use Development Report, 2021, the numbers I gave. And in response to Councilwoman Strader's comment about the final plat, a final plat is just subdivision of property. Your concept plan is what conceptually locks in the uses for the property. So that's what we use in determining whether or not a project is consistent with the future land use plan for the area. We did encourage the applicant to submit a subdivision plat, however, though, and they are in the process of getting a preliminary plat together to submit on the heels of this application once it's annexed.
So yeah, I guess maybe to follow up on that, I mean, isn't the danger, I'm assuming totally positive intentions on everybody's part, but isn't the danger that we would approve this and then potentially, something comes that's not consistent with the vision of what we have for mixed use, or there's something that's different, and then we don't really have a say in that at that point?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, staff is recommending a development agreement as a provision of this annexation that would include this concept development plan. If a development plan came forth after this that's not consistent with that plan, it would come back before you for a modification of that agreement and approval of an updated concept plan, at which we would review that and determine its consistency or not with the comprehensive plan in the future land use map.
Thanks. I think that makes sense. I guess that, my concern is, we see these DA waivers come through and it just feels like there's a little bit of a slippery slope where we end up with something very different than what we thought when we started the process. So that's just my overall concern, but I bet the applicant could address that. And then just my final question, I guess, from staff's perspective would be, I was concerned about some of the comments in the ACHD agency report, particularly regarding that they didn't agree with the traffic impact study. Would it be typical that a different study would be done, or from staff's perspective, how would that be handled if there was a difference of opinion about the traffic impact study?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, I'm unsure how ACHD handles that, to be honest with you. I know sometimes they ask for additional information with the TIS, but beyond that, I'm not sure.
Perhaps if they're available at some point, they could answer that question. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Strader, maybe to help add a little bit more to what Sonia said, a DA with a concept plan like this that has a higher level of detail is a lot easier from an enforcement to deal with for staff in the future if they want to bring in something that is substantially different. The ones that we have done a while ago and haven't recently, that sometimes get referred to as bubble plans, are a little more problematic because they just identified large blocks of property and says commercial, general, office, residential, and so it doesn't really tell us what it's supposed to be or look like. But this type of development with this application is a lot easier to put to a DA.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Strader and I are thinking right along the same lines because I had written down very similar questions. So if I'm understanding the percentages correctly, Sonia, with what you shared is what is expected in that mixed use commercial area and what the percentages are that we have here in the application. They're fairly different. Are the percentages that that we have showing, or ideal percentages we have showing for mixed use commercial, it's the same in the 10 Mile interchange area as they are in other parts of the city, or is it different? Especially, I know that when the 10 Mile interchange plan came to be, it's definitely intended to be an employment area with an additional amount of multifamily, maybe more than we see in other parts of the city. However, based on the numbers you just shared, there's a significant amount of multifamily in this area. And so I really want to get an understanding of whether adding this much more multifamily is beneficial to this location or not. It just seems like it would really tip the scales within the 10 Mile interchange plan area, which moves, I think, from all the way to Black Cat and then east over to maybe the mid-mile, something like that. So any of that information that you have that might help us with that analysis would be great.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, Council, those numbers are future mixed use assumptions. And yes, you are right. I think more residential is important in the mixed use designated areas, and especially the 10 Mile plan for the to support the employment and the commercial uses. To answer your question more than that, it's really out of my realm. I'm not sure if Caleb or Brian is on the line tonight that could better speak to that.
And unfortunately, we also don't have ACHD on the line to the best of my knowledge. Also, further questions for staff? Okay, as the applicant, please come forward.
Evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Wendy Sharif. I'm a planner with JB Engineers, and my business address is 2760 West Excursion Lane here in Meridian, 83642. And we've got a team is going to be presenting tonight. I'm just going to kind of work on a little bit of the front end here. If I can get my PowerPoint up, it's up. I want to look at my, do you move the slides or can I move? I want to talk a little bit about why this project makes sense in this location. We are at the southwest corner of Franklin and 10 Mile. And as you alluded to, we are inside the area for the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan. We have several different future land use designations. And I think when you were talking about the percentages, I think we need to look at kind of how those are weighted and what those acreages are. Mixed use, we have a 48. Okay, I will stand here. We have a 40-acre site where we're looking at, we have 22 acres of mixed-use commercial for a designation. We have an additional 11 acres of high-density residential and 3 acres of mixed-use residential. So I think when you look at those percentages, we need to look at also kind of how that breaks out between those 3 different designations. And then this document is a guide for development in the area. I think and that in this area overall, we've seen more commercial development than we've seen residential development. So I think we're kind of helping to bring that into balance with this project. And I want to kind of reiterate the purpose statement of this area for mixed use commercial is to encourage a mix of office, retail, employment, and multifamily and single family attached. So I think that the project we're presenting to you tonight, we've really done a lot, I think, to address those goals. Staff has been great. We've done probably 3 or 4 pre-application meetings with Sonia and Bill to really tighten up our plan. We've been directed quite a bit by staff on our mix of uses and how we're proposing this project that we have here this evening. And I wanted to address it. You had a couple questions about the TIS and how we deal with development agreements. And I can tell you, the majority of the larger projects I'm working on in the Treasure Valley, we are at the front end doing annexation and zoning and doing the preliminary plat later on. That gives you a concept plan. And in this case with Meridian, a very detailed concept plan. And part of this is it's a practical reason. especially during COVID, it's at least a 6-month process to have a TIS approved and finished up through ACHD. So this allows you to get a project started and kind of get it moving while concurrently you're working on your TIS. So it enables you to get a project going and saves 3 to 4 months in your project schedule. So if it was faster to do TISs, probably that order would be a little bit different. In Canyon County, we do it differently. And for the development agreement, I can tell you absolutely, Meridian staff does a really good job of holding your feet to the fire. When you have a concept plan, Sonia goes through it. And when you come in with a preliminary plat, she's absolutely going through and looking at your open space requirements and your project breakdowns. And she is not shy about having you go back and make changes, make sure you're in compliance. And if there's something that has changed, then you have to come back and do a modification of your development agreement. And I think you see that more often in commercial areas where you have a different tenant with a different need who comes in. That's more often where you see that happen. But I wanted to introduce the rest of our team here this evening. We have Lane Borges, who's our architect, and then we have Heath Clark, who's a land use attorney who's also worked on the project. So go ahead and introduce Lane.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight and present to you the design concept for the 10 Meridian. My name is Lane Borges. I'm representing Elk Ventures, who are the project proponents. My address is 11500 Armor Court in Gold River, California. We're very excited about this project, and we hope the council will be also, as we feel that the project represents the true intent of the comprehensive plan and the specific plan for this area. Staff has already given you a brief overview. I'd like just to walk you through a little bit of the components of the design and a little bit of our goals and how we executed the project. Try not to take up too much time because I know we have a little bit of a limit. As staff had indicated, our project, it consists of mixed-use commercial element. Depicted on the screen now, you'll see the commercial component, which is a combination mixture of about 150,000 square feet of 1- and 2-story office, commercial, and retail, as well as restaurant uses. The second component is our vertically integrated residential mixed-use buildings. We are proposing 4 different types of residential components, and this is one of them. These will be 3-story buildings with commercial space at the ground level of these 3 buildings, and then 2 floors above of residential units. This area depicts our medium density residential type 1. These are 3-story buildings, internally loaded, meaning the units are accessed from the inside as well as the outside at ground level. They do have parking also at ground level, 3 stories, 1- and 2-bedroom units. The third type of residential component we have is the townhomes, and these are 3-story individual townhomes attached in groups of 8. So each unit consists of 3 floors with garages also. The fourth component is the portion of our site that will be zoned for high-density residential, and these are our 4-story buildings, also internally loaded. And this represents the majority, about 68% of the total residential units proposed are located in this area, which is south of the canal. And the last element is what we kind of look at as being as our kind of the heart of the community. And this is our recreation center and our co-work facilities. And within this area, we have significant amount of indoor and exterior site amenities, such as swimming pools. We actually have a couple of pickleball courts, so take the strain a little bit off the existing ones. Fitness centers, community kitchens, internet cafe, conference rooms, work areas for people that are now concentrating their work efforts away from an office environment. So if they want to work from home but not be in their apartment, The entire time, we have a significant portion of the second floor of this building that'll be designated for co-work areas, private offices, meeting rooms and such. So I want to talk just a little bit about the goals and the execution of the project. What we were trying to achieve with this was a cohesive, dynamic, mixed-use project with multiple housing types, with compatible commercial that is suitable to be used by the residents of the project as well as by the community, and an emphasis on integrating the pedestrian and bicycle circulation throughout and providing extensive on-site services and recreational opportunities. And I'll explain a little bit more about those as we go. So how did we get there and how do we achieve that? We really looked to the comprehensive plan and to the specific plan as to ways to achieve it. One way was using basically the idea of developing this mixed-use community that's livable, vibrant, and connected, using a lot of open space and pathways that I'll show in a moment, by using building design and character that identify the project as unique, by providing circulation that's cohesive for automobiles, bicycles, and pedestrians, and making it friendly and easily to move throughout the entire site for all elements. From the 10-mile specific plan, we focused a lot with staff's assistance on the concept of street design and complete streets and how the buildings relate to the streets and how the streets relate to circulation. We looked at the concepts of street-oriented design and streets as public spaces, enhanced landscaping, mixed housing stock opportunities, and then of course, ultimately the building design and architecture. So this next slide illustrates the primary concept of how we are integrating the concept of complete streets into the project. And those red lines indicate our major circulation elements through the site. And you'll see on some of the following slides how the execution of that occurs. Am I the only one that lost my slide? Because I don't see anything on my screen anymore. Get that back?
Lane, were you on the vehicular and bicycle circulation slide still, or were you moving to another one?
We were moving to one that illustrated pedestrian circulation. Do you see one on your screen that shows a series of yellow lines? Oh, okay. Okay.
Why don't we go and take a 10-minute break? That's okay.
Yeah, I think it'd be beneficial for everybody on the council as well as in the audience to see the remainder of the presentation. So. thought maybe it was the dust storm that blew out our communication. Got power.
All right, we will go ahead and come out of recess and we will re-recognize the applicant. Did you want to reset the timer to 6.5 minutes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will.
Okay. You have 6.5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll try and move through quickly so we can get the rest of our presentation. The slide that you see shows our major circulation that I'll explain in a moment for vehicles. This slide shows the circulation for pedestrians through the site, again, achieving our goal of connectivity of the residential and commercial components. These next three depictions show our vision of what our street system within the project will look like. This is patterned after the concepts in the specific plan for complete streets that include vehicular circulation, bicycle paths within our project, parallel parking, street trees closely spaced, landscaping, and then buildings along the street edges. These depictions show circulation through the major elements of the project. And then I want to give you an example of some of the character and design of the residential components, this being our high density component. Again, 4-story buildings of 1 and 2 bedroom apartments utilizing variation and variety in materials, stone, plaster, wood, wood timbers, steel beams. A lot of variation and articulation in the architecture. Next element we'll look at is our medium density flats. We have 5 buildings proposed, 3 stories, and you can see again how they're designed with placement of the buildings up near the streets, parking access from the rear, parallel parking, bicycle paths in front of all the buildings, closely spaced street trees to create the semi-urban environment that we're trying to achieve. And then the exteriors. Again, a lot of articulation and variation in roof forms and in building materials. And then the townhome design concepts. Again, the same idea, straightforward design. And then the last element is our recreation center and co-work facility. All designed with similar materials and architecture, but little variation in how the palette is utilized. And with that, I'd like to turn over our presentation to Heath Clark, who will finish up for us. If you have any questions after, I'd be happy to try to help.
Members of the council, Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise. Good to see everyone again. So I'm just going to wrap up briefly and focus for a moment on a couple of standards. Of course, this is an annexation with an initial zone, and I think everyone's hit the comprehensive plan elements of this. I would just emphasize that this project's located on the hard corner of 2 principal arterials. This is exactly where we want to see high density housing, office, commercial, living together, breathing together. And you can see that there's been a lot of effort that's been put into making this an integrated whole. This is an extremely detailed concept plan for this stage in the process. And as Bill mentioned, that gives the city a lot of tools from the perspective of knowing what it is that you can expect with this project. Now, we still have a few hoops to jump through as we go through all of this. We obviously still need to submit our preliminary plat application, and that preliminary plat application will be coming here in the next little bit. And we're going to have to prove up that all of these dimensional standards and fine grained details have been satisfied. But what we have, and the reason we went this way, was to be able to say, hey, we know generally what is going to be approved here with this detailed concept plan. We know where our accesses are. We know how this is going to function. So now let's go do all complete all the engineering associated with that preliminary plat. But the city is going to see this at multiple steps moving forward with the pre-plat at CZC, at design review, all of those steps. I wanted to talk about two items, and I'm going to change my order here a little bit. One item that came up at the last hearing that I just want to mention is that there was some conversation about the interrelationship with our property, with our neighbor to the south. And I know that they're here to talk. We've had a number of conversations with them since the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. I think we're in a good place in terms of trying to get all of the concerns resolved, but a couple of contextual points for you. Cobalt is the public street that's on the south. It's designated as a collector, both on the ACHD master street map and on the 10-mile interchange specific area plan. There are really three hinge points with Cobalt that you have to keep in mind. One is that we need to align Cobalt with the other intersection of Cobalt across the street from 10 Mile. So that point is set. Then we need to get across the Kennedy lateral, which means we got to start moving down so that we can get perpendicular to the lateral and try to minimize the width of that crossing for maintenance purposes. And then the last element of it is that the western boundary, the western terminus of Cobalt has to be south of our property line. And that is driven by the development that was approved to the west of us. So Cobalt can't, if it remained on our property, it would dead end into a parking lot. And so it needs to come south and get around that. So what we've proposed is, we have approximately a third of Cobalt on our property that has the crossing on it. There's a lot more construction that's associated with that. The remainder of Cobalt, we had shown stubbing to our neighbor to the south. ACHD has approved that layout as being consistent with the master street map and with the 10-mile interchange specific area plan. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with this layout. We have had conversations with our neighbors, and what we're going to be doing moving forward between now and the preliminary plat stage is that we're going to work on a memorandum of agreement that includes a couple of components. One of them is that we are going to offset some of this with a conveyance of some property to offset the portion that's on their side. Generally speaking, that's the area in green there on the southeast. And then we're going to cooperate with them in terms of construction costs and construction arrangements for the portion of Cobalt that's on their side. So, and I know Joanne Butler's here and she'll provide some additional detail on that piece as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
Keith, have you, are you in agreement with the dollar figure of what you're going to contribute to the cost of what you just spoke about with the neighbors?
Councilmember Burnt, we don't have a specific dollar number, but we're very close in terms of proportion and where that number is going to be, because we've had engineering analysis done of what the road costs are at this point. So we will lock that down with our neighbor between now and the pre-plat phase. Yep. And I know my time is wrapped, so I just want to confirm that I had written notes that for most of it was my justification as to why we should change condition 1D. Generally speaking, I find that if Sonia and I have enough time, we can get on the same wavelength than we did. So I won't put you through all of that. I just want to say that we're in agreement with the language that staff identified earlier, replacing condition 1D, that the property would be subdivided prior to issuance of the first certificate of occupancy within the development. So with that, we are happy to answer questions.
Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
do I fire them all off at once or take it slow?
Just go for it. You are recognized for the duration of your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark, for your presentation. So along the lines of Councilwoman Strader's concerns, I think, and we've seen this in the past, you have buyers and tenants that you're going to be discussing these properties with over the next several years, most likely. And you may have users that are going to come in and want a different size, shape, location. And the concern, of course, then is in order to accommodate that, whether it's the concept plan is what it is now and it's, this is approved, not tied to a preliminary plat. And we're coming in and making modifications to the DA because of the users who are requesting different types of properties, sizes, structures, locations and whatnot. So can you alleviate for us concerns about that? Because it's something that we have seen and then no longer is the project looking like what was originally intended. And oftentimes we have a different council then that's making that decision from what we had intended, and some of that gets lost in translation. So a significant concern of mine. It sounds like it's a significant concern of Councilwoman Strader's. Would you like me to ask these questions one by one, or just?
Why don't we try one by one and see how?
Sounds good.
So I understand the concern. I've been in front of this council before on development agreement modifications. You guys know that you've put me through the paces on a number of those before, including in the last couple of months. I definitely feel the love whenever it happens, for sure. So I think I would separate two concepts there, Councilmember Perot. One of them is the preliminary plat. And I would point to what Sonia said about that. The preliminary plat is really there to carve up the property, identify the dimensions, and for purposes of future conveyance. What we're really talking about here is the development agreement and the concept plan, and what is the possibility of having to come back with a modification in the future. In this case, we've got a group that has done extensive market research, is in conversations with a number of commercial users with regard to that exterior ring of commercial in particular. And so we feel very comfortable that this is going to develop in the way that we anticipate it developing. But I absolutely understand the point of your question. And that is why you have the development agreement modification process, so that you are able to look at this, or as future council is able to look at this and decide, hey, does this meet the original intent? Do we still like this? And there's still an additional public hearing process that we have to jump through. We wouldn't go to this much detail if we didn't feel very comfortable that this is going to play out the way that we anticipate it playing out, because for that exact reason, we have to come back and jump through another public hearing process.
So forgive my assumption then that the delay in presenting a preliminary plat was to make modifications to it. That's what I assumed. Otherwise, can you share with us the purpose of it? Is there a concern that it'll expire before the 2 years? Can you go into more detail about that then?
Sure, Councilmember Perot. That process of doing just the DA and the rezone is becoming more and more common. And one of the reasons that we decided to do it in this instance is we wanted to get in front of you, see what your comments were on the concept plan, see what your take is on our access points in particular, because you guys have to look at access points onto arterials, and we've got a condition of approval that speaks to that, and then understand where we're at, and then go finish the engineering on the preliminary plat to make sure it all works. So that's the thought process for doing the bifurcated steps here.
Thank you. So I've lived in this area for 12 years. I've driven by this nearly every day for 12 years and have been through and heard and participated in, as a planning and zoning commissioner and as a council member, conversations regarding the comprehensive plan, the 10-mile interchange, and have lots of conversations regarding just the general idea of what we want to see in this area. And I have to say, I'm kind of underwhelmed with the concept plan. And I think I was in my mind's eye hoping for maybe just a little bit more creativity. And what I mean by that is, so, and these are conversations that have come out a lot from the eastern side of the development, and the applications we've seen come in there. So I mean, we've had numerous applications over these years, and every single one of them has had conversations about walkability and trees and landscaping, right? So we've done this on numerous occasions on the east side of the project. And so this is where I'm hoping you can help me understand exactly what your intention is. When I see the 3-dimensional drawings that show pedestrian activity, trees, just a lot of interaction between the residents there. And then I look at the two-dimensional plan, it looks to me like it's almost all parking lot. So help me understand, because what I see in the 3D renderings and what I see in the two-dimensional concept plan looks very different in my mind's eye. And the reason that's important is because the conversation we've had for a very long time now is that this area be very much a pedestrian plazas, people being outside, living and working in the same place. They're living in those apartments, they're working in this, and this becomes like their center to be. And I don't see that in this. So if that's your intention, please help me to see it.
It may be a little bit of a struggle with the graphical nature of the site plans and the scale of them, because they are prepared at such a small scale because of the size of the property. Everything to this point, thanks to modern technology, though, we're able to replicate in 3D digitally 100% accurately based on an AutoCAD generated site plan. So what you're seeing in the artist's illustrations are not an exaggerated width of the street or an exaggerated dimension of the landscape or anything. What you see in those images is what the project will look like. Obviously, at landscape maturity, we won't be planting 30-foot trees to start. But the images that you see should accurately depict what the project will look like. Now, the areas that you were mentioning, such as public spaces, plazas, outdoor areas, those are all elements that will be developed and defined in more detail as we work through the subsequent portions of the entitlement phase for the project. Those areas are kind of a challenge to develop at such a small scale at an early stage in the process, but we do have obviously an intent to pay significant attention to those, because those outdoor areas are what link all the pedestrian circulation together. I hope that helped.
Yes,
clarify.
it did. I don't know that we actually get an opportunity, however, to be involved in that more detailed level once we get past this point. And for this particular project, I would like to have more specifics, because this is a critical 40 acres in our city and a critical 40 acres in a plan that the city went to great lengths to have a specific sub-plan for our comprehensive plan for this area. And so I think for me, this 40 acres is just really, really important that we understand what your hope is and how it's really, intended to play out, realizing there's not everything is completely in your control as far as what your users will be. So moving on to another topic then, can you help us understand? You said you had a marketing team, you had a consultant that had looked into the amount of residential versus commercial, type of commercial, I assume even down to sizes of buildings and whatnot. This area is just getting so heavy on the multifamily. We've got not only what is happening in the east to the west, but it's my understanding that in the northeast corner of that intersection, there's also going to be some additional high density, high and medium density. So can you talk to us about why you would put the ratios in that you put? And I am in agreement, I would say, with our Planning and Zoning Commission that I feel like it is too heavy on the residential. And so you could help us understand some more about how you got to this place, so that we don't come out and say, hey, you really need more commercial in there, and your market study is saying, hey, we can't support more commercial in there. I mean, anticipation, as we know about the population growth, is significant. And the way that, because this is somewhat in the southeast side of, or southwest side of Meridian, this is not really in Meridian's focus areas right now. And so my anticipation is that protecting and developing commercial in this area for when the residential comes to be, I realize that you need the rooftops and then you need the commercial, and there's this chicken and egg thing that happens with your users. But I personally, I think I had heard somebody say that it seems like this is a commercial heavy area and not a residential heavy area. And I would completely disagree. It's very heavy, high density. So can you share with us some more information about how you got to these specific residential proposals?
You can say your name and address for the record, please.
Council members, Eric Peelagard, 10981 Olana Drive, Lake Tahoe, California. So another associate of mine came before you a few years back, and we had built the Enclave, which is 204 units, pinwheel design. I can tell you from experience on that project that it was complete working with staff, that at 204 units, we're 100% occupied. We've been 100% occupied. We have 47 people on a waiting list for 2 years to get in. You're familiar with the lofts across the street. Recently just sold, 100% occupied, waiting list to get in. They're pre-leased on their new development behind that as well. But that whole area, like Keith was mentioning, the core, the work, the walk, we've integrated this and had 7 renditions with staff on how to integrate the pedestrians, the access to work. And a big factor that also came into play was, the pandemic and the COVID. I mean, restaurants have changed games. Any restaurant that's talking to us wants to have a drive-through, regardless if it's a fast food or something of that nature. So there is financial aspects, dentistry, and so that commercial component comes to our area, but we feel we have a great balance. And this clubhouse that we've designed for the community that we're building is almost 20,000 square feet. And it has pickleball, bocce ball. It has a lot of amenities for families to come and stay. To answer your question as far as, is there a demand? The demand is outrageous. I think the demand is slowed on the commercial side and the big shopping center side. We've got the Wincos, we've got the Albertsons, we've got a lot of that already there in place. And we are what we call on the go to work side street. If that makes sense, where everybody's passing our development and are going to work in the morning. So they're not necessarily going to come to our retail component and shop when they come back home. So I don't know if that helps, but all of the indications indicate that we have a great balance. And our current experience in Meridian has demonstrated that for us. But I think, it was difficult today to see the integration that you're talking about as far as pedestrians and what we're going to look like. We had to kind of go through the slide presentations very, very rapidly. But if we could put those up and really ask those questions, staff, they made us go back to the drawing board 6 or 7 times for the pedestrian access integration. I think that this is going to be a landmark of that, and also architectural design that when you look at it, it's, I love to beat the competition. We're bigger, we're better, we're going to look better, and it's where everybody's going to want to call home. So I agree with you 100% on those questions, and I think we've answered them. But again, it's, Sonia, Bill, the team over there, it's forced us to get to this point. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. They know us well. They have to be our mind readers before you get here, and so that your time is utilized efficiently. So thank you for answers to all of those questions. I appreciate it very much. I know that I think I have 1 or 2 more, but I will release my time here. Thank you for allowing me to go question by question.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I have some follow-ups on those topics. Don't go far.
You're recognized for your time.
Oh, thank you. So just a couple things. So maybe we'll start with the architectural design, and then we could pivot to more of the big picture that the gentleman was just discussing. So maybe if we could bring up actually the concept plan real quick. So one of my concerns is also the parking. And the reason that this concern is coming up is that we had an intern do a tremendous amount of work for us on mixed use projects. And we have actually found that having adequate parking is extremely important, but that the location of the parking is important too. And I guess I would challenge you guys. We've seen some projects recently come through that have actually parking on the interior core of the building, and then like a pedestrian, more of a streetscape on the outside. So actually buildings where the parking is within the interior of the building. And is that something that you guys looked at or a possibility for you?
On a portion of the project, we do have that on the 5 buildings, 5 of our, let's see, I'm not sure if the mouse is working here. Doesn't appear to be. I don't see the cursor. But on our 5 mixed-use buildings that are kind of north of our clubhouse and south of the commercial on Franklin, those buildings have a, not entirely, but a significant portion of their parking under the building. All of the townhouses also have parking under the building on the first floor of those. So the elements that don't are our high-density buildings, which are kind of all self-contained south and west of the canal that has just surface parking for those particular uses.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm looking at it and maybe you can help me understand. I'm sort of seeing this road come through. It looks like you have some pedestrian crossings and stuff, but I guess I'm concerned. It looks like the high density residential is really kind of orphaned out there in the corner, instead of being like really integrated with the other uses. It's just my impression just from looking at the plan.
Well, and part of it has to do with the zoning and the land use. So the location that the high density buildings are is essentially where the land use designation and the zoning for R40 is located. So doesn't really allow us to move those across into the mixed use commercial component that's zoned general commercial. So that's why we have the other land use or the other residential types there.
Yeah, I mean, I probably will have a follow-up question for staff about that. And then I guess my other question on some of the topics the council administrator brought up, I'm just looking here, right? So understood that there's a tremendous amount of residential demand. We know there's a housing shortage. That's not news to us. The challenge, I think, for us is that we're losing commercial as a city and we can't get it back. And so every mixed use project that's overweighted into residential, we can't get that commercial back. And it's a smart idea to have residential and transportation corridor. We agree with you there, but we also want the jobs to be there. We don't want people commuting across the city. It's just exacerbating our traffic problem. So I guess, I'm just looking, but it looks like 61% of your site is mixed use commercial, 30.5% is high density residential, and around 8.5% or so is mixed use residential. I'm going to be generous and assume the residential ones are just residential in terms of what we would target. But if we thought that 20% of the mixed use commercial should be residential, I'm coming up with more like 18 acres of the total site that would ideally be residential compared to, a significant amount more than that. So I just wanted to give that context to you. Those targets aren't hard targets that we have to meet on every application, but this is pretty far from what I think we're looking for in general, is my impression.
Are you looking at the site overall, or are you looking at each component of the site relative to the high density versus the mixed use portion?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just taking the acreage that you gave me of each of those 3 components across the entire site. And then I'm looking at the percentage that was given that's residential within your mixed use commercial zone, and comparing that to the 20% target that Sonia mentioned, which it sounds like there's some maybe flexibility around that. I wasn't sure how firm that idea was, but it just feels really far off of what we would normally expect.
We may need to work with Sonia a little bit on this, but it was our understanding that in the mixed use portion that the target for the residential was no more than 30% of the total ground floor area of the total ground floor area, 30% maximum of that could be residential. So we're fairly close to that as a target number, based on our calculations and based on our estimations of the commercial space at this time. So I'm not sure that we're as far off as I may be understanding what you're saying, but we may need to work with Sonia a little bit to refine the numbers and percentages to make sure we're within or close to the thresholds that the specific plan is anticipating.
Thank you.
Council, additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland is recognized.
I have a question. I don't know who wants to respond, but Adrian, if we can go to the one that shows the ingress and egress for the, I think it had A, B, C, D.
I think that was one of staff's slides.
Was that one of yours, Sonia? We could pull that up. It just makes it easier referring to which one we're talking about. I just want to make sure I understand the right in, right outs. There was one, I think it was on Cobalt that was going to be right in, right out and a left only.
Left in.
Yeah, left in only. So, and if we don't have that one real quick, Sonia, we can just do the concept one and just refer to it by direction if that's, yeah. Got the 1 minute sign. I don't know if, Lane, if you'll be answering that, if it's going to be Heath, but just so if a person wants to go north on 10 Mile, they're going to have to make sure they exit out to Franklin Road, turn right, get across and get in the left-hand turn lanes. So that's the plan there, which is,
Yeah,
and most likely that would be A. So there is intersection A is a full access, left, right, both ways. Okay. B was right in, right out only. Okay. So A will allow that north 10 Mile road access. C was right in, right out only.
No, C was right out only.
Right out. Correct. Yeah, that's right. Right in, right out. And what was D?
D was right in, right out. C was right out. There's no in access on C.
Okay.
D is right in, right out.
And in intersection 2, Cobalt, that was left in, right in, right out, and left in.
Yeah, and that's from our driveway on Cobalt, which for whatever reason didn't have a letter designation to it.
And so, Mr. Mayor, I guess you're giving me liberties as well. Okay, thank you. So there is no light there at Cobalt?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I believe the staff or someone may have pointed out that there were attempts previously under a previous application for a signalization of that intersection, and ACHD opposed that strenuously because I believe of the distance separation between the signal at Vanguard. Thank you.
Okay. I understand, and sometimes some you win and some you don't on those, so be it. Okay, that gives me a better understanding of those, and that north access, I mean, that's just something that people are going to have to get used to if they're going to want to travel north on 10 Mile to make sure they're going out that A entrance. The access point on Cobalt, where we have the high density. So if you come down at intersection 2 and you're heading west on Cobalt, is there plans, and that's the future portion that you're planning? In fact, right where it says Cobalt Drive, just to the south of the high density housing, is that going to be an access point in the future for those apartments off of Cobalt, or is that just everything else is going to be through A, B, C, D?
Well, right now, all of the accesses were determined or calculated in the transportation analysis based on A, B, C, D, and E. We did not at that point, for traffic study purposes, anticipate any access further down Cobalt. Would it be possible once Cobalt extension was actually completed? I suppose, from a physical standpoint, it's directly there. It could be done. But in our existing proposal, and this may come up a little bit more when we talk a little bit with our neighbors to the south, is that the portion of Cobalt along the southern property outside of ours wouldn't be built initially, so that there wouldn't be any access that would be available to us until that extension was done.
And Ms. Mayor, just to continue on, yeah. And I don't know if that's good or bad or necessarily bad. It's just, I was curious about that, just wondering, because 4 stories, the number of units, that's a lot of traffic, and having some choke points there at particular times might occur when you have high density. And I thought Councilwoman Strader raised an interesting point about, it seems like a lot of parking lot, but then the number of units for those high density, what was that?
380 of the high density
380,
units. So yeah, roughly, I think that's about 70% of the total proposed residential is in the high density component.
But I was just thinking from a car perspective, if you're at 400, that's 800 cars. So I mean, you're going to need a lot of ground for parking if you have that many residences. And if you think 1 to 2, 2 to 3, depending on, you know, the size of the units, how many vehicles and yeah, we live in America, we like our cars. So it's just going to take up a lot of ground for parking lot.
Well, we tried to orient the parking areas between buildings, create areas that were flexible so that people parking in them could conveniently go to a building on either side. So that's why you see kind of what appears to be larger parking areas, because those serve multiple buildings.
Good. And then Sonia, since I guess you're driving if we can just go to the concept plan, it's a little clearer there. Thank you. Want to talk about the Kennedy lateral. Personally, I like water being open and having access, but tell me a little bit more about the plan for that. It appears you have a walking path, but what is that going to look like? What's your concept plan that you have for that particular stretch?
Well, I think concept plan is an accurate description of it. We obviously have shown what our intention is, and that is to utilize a portion of the canal as a amenity, as a site amenity for us. So we have sections that will be covered or enclosed where we have crossings, and in some place we've widened those so we have open green spaces. We anticipate the balance of it will have a walking path, and although our particular parcel is not identified on the master trail plan of having a requirement for a path along the canal, we're proposing one that connects Franklin down to Cobalt and out to 10 Mile. So the canal itself will obviously have to be fenced for safety and security reasons with an open decorative. We're not sure whether it's an ornamental iron, is it some other type of design? And then obviously have a variety of plantings along it. So it's more than just a stretch of grass with a piece of concrete down there, but we'll probably have seating areas, little areas off the side of the path that people could sit and, work with their iPad, contemplate life, or those kinds of things as we move through the site. But again, as I mentioned earlier, that level of detail at this scale of a plan, we really haven't developed other than the concept behind trying to make that a site amenity and an enhancement and something for not only the residents, but in this case, the community at large, because that won't be secured or fenced. So it is available for the public to walk through that area.
Yeah, you talked about commercial being impacted by COVID-19 and, the changes that has wrought. And I think the same thing is true for where people live and the open space and amenities that are available, especially if you're in high density homes, having that ability to be outside and maybe away from a spouse you work 24/7 with, because you're both working remotely and doing some things like that. I just think that's more important in this day. And I like seeing that concept for that.
Well, yeah, and we really took that to heart too as we worked through our design. I think I mentioned earlier that in our recreation center, we actually call it now a co-work space. We devoted probably about half of the second floor of that building to co-working spaces because we recognize the dynamics of working from home are evolving. A lot of people have been doing it for 3 months, 6 months, 15 months. And as you said, some people, they start to feel shut in. As opposed to being in a 5,000 square foot office, you're now in your 180 square foot bedroom. It's nice to have an alternative to be able to walk from your apartment over to the community building, go upstairs in a nice space that has all of the amenities, printers, networks, Wi-Fi, and be able to have a private space or to work in a co-work space that are open corrals or those kinds of things. So we've committed a significant investment in doing that to create that type of opportunity for the community.
Okay. And my last question, I noticed you have a concept for garages there for the high density. And I'm assuming, and staff can correct me on that those garages count towards the required parking spaces that go into for that. My only thought is sometimes garages are used for storage as opposed to vehicles, and so just something to take into account. They're moving and they need a place to store that furniture that they didn't get out of the U-Haul yet. And
understand. And I believe, and unfortunately I don't have the statistic right in front of me, but I do believe that we have the high density area overparked. kind of anticipating that exactly what you're saying is going to happen. We may have a percentage of those that aren't actually used for parking. So we haven't cut it to the bone and done just the minimum, but actually provided some excess.
Great. Well, I appreciate it, the time you've taken to focus on this and working with staff and making some changes and coming up with things. There's a lot to like about this concept plan. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Burnt.
I very much like this concept plan. I think it's definitely different. And I don't need to elaborate. I think you've heard a lot of talk from council tonight, so I'm not going to elaborate a ton. But the only thing that I'm looking for is maybe, you know, a little bit more commercial. Whether that's a live work component, whether that's more commercial in the mixed use commercial aspect of it. For me, I'm needing that. I'm just needing a little bit more commercial. Every time as a council, especially myself, when I try to design something on the dais, it always turns into a huge cluster. All right. And inevitably one asks, so Treg, what are you looking for exactly? Well, that's when it gets ugly. And so you're not going to get that from me tonight because you guys are the professionals. You guys know exactly, you look at the data, you know what's going to sell, what you need, but that's what I'm looking for. I think that we're almost there. I just need just a little bit more of that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
we haven't taken any public testimony yet. I was going to kind of keep my comments.
That's true.
But
That's totally true.
keeping with the theme, I guess a comment, and a question. I agree a lot with what I've heard from my colleagues tonight, but a specific question on this concept plan, and we're seeing a little bit more of this, and it catches me a little off guard. I don't think there's anything intended, but what I see more and more is the higher density housing is being pulled further and further away from the open space, and I really think that's an equity issue. I think that the more you stack people in, the more open space you should bring closer to them. And what I see here is those big high densities are really far away from real usable open space, where the flats, again, less dense, are much closer. So I'm hoping you can kind of talk me through the why behind that, and kind of what the rationale was behind kind of, again, I don't think it was intentional, but I'm just trying to understand the model behind that.
Well, I mean, it's clear and it's obvious when you look at the concept plan that the majority of the open space is centered around the physical center of the site and along the canal. So it runs diagonally in a east-west direction and is toward the center. When you look at how we've located at least 2 out of the 3 high-density buildings, with the exception of the parking that we need to provide, they're almost as physically close as we can get them without pushing them directly up against the easements, which then makes the space, I'll call it in the middle of the L, basically you can't access it and you can't utilize it. So it makes it a physical challenge to accommodate anything close to R40 when you do something like that. So we've tried to locate the majority of the high density buildings in a reasonably close proximity to all the open space. Yeah, we do have one building, the one in the southwest corner, that is somewhat removed from the open space. From a distance standpoint, those 2 high density buildings, I can't see their numbers, are probably as close to the open space as 3 of the medium density buildings and at least 2 of the townhouse buildings, and probably all of the mixed use residential commercial buildings.
So, Mr. Mayor, follow up if I may. Adrian, sorry, I don't mean to catch you off guard. Is the podium screen, is it interactive? If they touch it, will the screen advance slides?
Mr. Mayor, Luke, if you use the keys on the keyboard, it should advance. And
Adrian, sorry, I don't want him to have to advance. I guess I'm asking maybe the council and the applicant to kind of humor me with an exercise, which is take your hand and cover the high density and look at your site plan. Man, that looks really thoughtful, really creative. I get really excited about that. Now, what I'd like you to do is take your hand, cover the commercial, cover the flats, and look at the high density. Let me ask you if that's something that we're really excited and proud about. Because I'm not quite there on that piece.
Well, part of that is the nature of, okay, so when I cover the high density and I expose the rest of it, then the open space is basically surrounded on two sides. I mean, it's a triangular shaped parcel, each of those by the nature of the canal going through. When I do the opposite, I've then only exposed one side of the open space to the high density housing. So from a standpoint of looking at it from which is closer, by that illustration, yes, it does appear that way. But again, the recreational element and the open space is maybe not exactly, but pretty close to the center of the parcel.
But and you had a slide, I think that, and I was trying to write down the numbers of how many people were living in each one. And again, I saw it fast, but my belief is that the vast majority of the residents are going to live in the high density piece.
Oh, sure, just by virtue of the number of units.
So again, and I think that's where some of my challenges are, is that where you are housing the greatest amount of people is the furthest distance from the open space and the amenities. And I think that that's an opportunity to improve this application to better serve the residents that are going to live there. That's just my overall opinion. I think there's a lot to really enjoy and I really like about this project, but that's a piece that I'm just very sensitive to.
Councilmember Kavner, if I could maybe throw a couple pieces onto this. So one thing that I think we have to keep in mind is the two different comp plan designations that split this property along the Kennedy lateral. So the high density residential is everything south and west of the Kennedy lateral. Mixed use is everything north and east of it. We have more opportunities with the mixed use commercial actually to be creative with that. But one thing to keep in mind is that when you look at the 10-mile interchange specific area plan, which we've got to get a good acronym for, is it calls for these public gathering spaces to be centrally located within the development, which is exactly what we've done here and pulled it as far to as close to the high density residential as we could and be able to take advantage of that Kennedy lateral as an amenity. So I think what we've done here, your point is very well taken. But what we've done is try to create a centrally located open space event area that is available to everyone through the project.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, again, I'm not trying to assume any ill intentions. I think that you're achieving what you set out to do. I just think unintendedly you have created a large separation for where the largest amount of people are going to live. And I think that as much thought has been put into this and many of the charrettes that you share show a active community where people are going to want to live. I don't take it away that that's what you're hoping to intend. I said, just from my perspective, looking where your high density is, you're not meeting what I think you're intending to do with your entire project.
And I think I agree with you more, Councilmember Kavner, if that open space was located more in the northeast quadrant. I mean, if you look at it from the overall scheme of things here, it's actually southwest of the center of the project up against the Kennedy lateral. And if you look along here, we do have a number of pedestrian pathways that connect that in and make the whole thing interconnected. But we are dealing with two different comp plan designations. And so that the high density residential really does need to go right there.
Mr. Mayor.
Just to follow up on that one, I mean, on one hand, you're saying they're different. On the other hand, you're saying it's integrated. You don't gonna have it both ways. So if you look at it from a standpoint of, the one might have zero open space in the high density residential portion. So at least to me, you don't get to use both arguments in order to make it seem like it's meeting the intentions of the overall plan. That's, I'm with Councilman Kavner that, even having the lateral daylit to a certain extent creates a natural separation that, yeah, you can create bridges, but it may be a nice amenity, but it doesn't even feel, it makes it seem more separated. It really does seem like the others, I live in the other side of the tracks, south side,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, moment of privilege.
Oh, well, I know we both live
I
there.
will not let you disparage the.
I'm not
fine folks who
disparaging.
live in South Maroon.
I love
other
it,
side
but
of the tracks.
it is there is that natural barrier divide, despite having Locust Grove and hopefully Linda Road overpass. still a physical barrier, no matter how you want to cross it, from a practical standpoint. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
if I could, I mean, I'm not trying to have it both ways here. I'm trying to explain that there's a context, that there is two different comp plan designations that are split by a natural barrier. And that we have tried to be mindful of that natural barrier and those two comprehensive plan designations in the way that we've cited the open space. And we've been creative with that because when you look at the 10-mile interchange specific area plan, it does speak to these centrally located plaza areas. That's exactly what we've done.
So then to follow up on that question, again, if you take the lateral as the bifurcation of this project, do you have 10% of your 10% open space in the southern portion of this project?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's calculated that way with respect. And it is one integrated whole.
Correct. But you keep, I understand it, but it's also, you don't get to say, well, that's where it's really down there. That's meant to be there. Okay, I get it. That may be what's meant to be there, but you don't have any open space there if you use the laterals by 1% near that space. If you want to use the comp plan designations differently, there's really nothing in that southern portion if we're going to apply these differences and not look at it in its whole, even though I recognize that's where they need to be based upon the comp plan area, but
That's my only point I'm making, Mr. Mayor.
okay. Councilman Shader, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, the good news is you're getting a lot of rich feedback, so you'll be able to use that at a future time, I'm sure. My question for Sonia, we have a comprehensive plan. We have two different designations. I guess I'm a little surprised because I've seen people in the past try to float designations. And I would think with something like this, we would be able to look at it more holistically if we feel like the appropriate amount of different uses is served by the whole project. So I don't know if Sonia can kind of comment on what flexibility there may be here.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council, you're absolutely correct. The comprehensive plan is a guide. It's not necessarily written in stone. Some of the designations can float a little bit if deemed appropriate. The applicant is proposing development in the high density residential designated area consistent with the plan. There are a mix of multifamily and vertically integrated mixed use residential combined with office and commercial uses consistent with the plan. In the northeast portion as well, we look at the multifamily development overall so far as open space and site amenities. The comp plan does state in mixed use commercial areas that no more than, I think Lane mentioned this earlier, no more than 30% of the ground level development should be used for residences. I'm not sure exactly, I know they're right in there. I'm not sure exactly where they're at on the ground level. They might be able to address that closer.
Thanks, Sonia. That answered my question.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I thought I was going to be the hardest one on you this evening. A couple of questions. Was there consideration made of live work units? I know there's some other developments in Meridian that are incorporating these, but in a smaller way. Maybe there's 8 or 10 in a project of this size where you have a small shop in the bottom where you might have a chiropractor's office or nail salon, individual users, and then they have residents above. It seems to me like I know that there was consideration made of putting that in the Orchard Park development at Linder and Chinden. I know that the Pine 43 development's putting them in. Was there any consideration made? It seems like this would be a really great location for that. And I don't know how well those have leased in those two. Orchard Park isn't far enough along yet, but that was part of their concept plan, was to have those. I like that because I think it not only brings in an additional variety of uses that are smaller uses, that are more neighborhood uses than these larger commercial properties do. And it also goes along with our comprehensive plan elements, which is the live and work piece. So I was really hoping to see something like that when I was talking about sort of the creativity element of it. It was not only, do we have places, as you mentioned, to come and sit and think and sit there with your dog and, that kind of plaza feel, but also this integration of the live and work, where, kind of more of a metropolitan idea where you have residences above and retail or shops below, or some sort of use below. I'd like to see that, or I'm curious if you have had looked into that, if your consulting team had looked into that. That's the first question. Second question is as Council Member Hoagland pointed out, you have one area. So essentially you cannot turn left anywhere on 10 Mile Road in any of those exits. So if you're down here in the grocery store area and you need to get back up to 10 Mile, take me through where you're going and how many residents you're hoping not to hit on the way there. No, I'm kidding. But please take me through. I mean, that seems like that grocery store is an anchor. And now the assumption for me, the assumption is if you're going to the grocery store, you're probably not headed south on 10 Mile. You're probably headed back north on 10 Mile, assuming that you don't live in this area. I mean, in this 40 acres. So how do I now navigate, I need to stop at the grocery store for 5 items. How do I now navigate out all the way to exit A and get back out to 10 Mile Road? We see some of this challenge with the intersection at Chinden and Linder, where the Fred Meyer development is, and especially in that northwest. I mean, it's almost impossible. There's no way to turn left anywhere. And I think it most likely affects those businesses for sure. Although I know you guys will do an assessment of that, but help me understand that. Why you would put an anchor store down in an area where getting north would be harder to do?
Well, to access 10 Mile North from the grocery store, we call that area Pod 5 down there. You have 2 options. One of them is to travel north on, which I think would have been access B. If you remember where access B was, all the way. That intersection does allow right in and right out. It's approximately 450 feet from the intersection. As an alternative to that, you could make a left up at, I'll call it roadway C, that runs east-west down to access A, and then exit the site there at access A. Does that make sense? Yes, to see what it would be the northernmost access on 10 Mile.
So run me through that again. You would.
Okay, this is perfect. Okay, so from the location that the grocery store is currently proposed, you could either travel up, I'll call it Road B, and exit there, or you could travel up to Road C, make a left turn onto Road A, and then exit from that location.
Okay.
And then to answer your first question, before I forget that you placed it, was having to do with the mixed use buildings. We did do some consideration into the type of vertically mixed use buildings that we could do on this site. And what we obviously were focusing on is what type do we have the greatest chance of being successful with? And being successful means that we find ground floor tenants. We're less concerned with finding the upper floor tenants for the residences because of the nature of the demand right now. And based on our research, we felt that the majority of success we've seen with the real live work, where you work downstairs and have an apartment, sometimes even attached to it, to where you just go upstairs from your shop, are units that in most cases are sold and not rented. So then we have a different dynamic of a different type of building rather than a building that we can lease spaces out. And we just felt that our chances of being successful with having something that we could actually achieve the plan that we've proposed would more easily be done with a flexible ground floor that could be service commercial. Could it be a dentist? Could it be an eyeglass shop? Could it be a State Farm insurance agent or a nail salon? Would be easier to get those kind of tenants, because what we're trying to focus on is and I think I said this earlier, was a type of commercial use that can be supported by this residential community that we're creating. You'll notice the grocery store that we're proposed is, I think it's 18,000, probably be somewhere between 16 and 18,000 feet. This isn't a great big 35, 50, 60,000 foot grocery store where you're going to do 3 weeks worth of shopping. This is a store that can support the people here that don't want to get in their car and drive down the street to Albertsons or the nearest large market. They need to go to a drugstore, pick up sundries and various things. They can walk to it within the community. And we see that same type of service related tenants moving into a vertically integrated mixed use more quickly than somebody that says, well, I've got to buy it. And given what we're still experiencing with COVID fallout, there's not as much ability to buy, there's a little more apprehension. So that's why we made the decision to use that type.
So this entire development will be managed by one entity?
I believe.
It won't, the individual commercial buildings won't be sold to users?
I don't believe that's the intent. The intent is to basically build to suit. And I believe Eric and his partner, Mark, are planning to maintain ownership and operation of all the properties.
One more question. When you have a development like this that is in a different area of the city, not near an interstate interchange, I think it will look different, but because this is near the interchange, it seems a little light on the sizes or the uses. I guess I expect or anticipate, and maybe this is my limited thinking based on just how our whole valley is developed, is that near, near the interchange, you're going to have just a significant amount of folks coming and going, and so therefore your uses would be a little bit less of a neighborhood feel, although I know we have limited, we have really specific regulations in this area because we've got the comp plan and then we've got the 10-mile interchange plan. And so we're really trying to specify and narrow down what it is that you are attempting to do. I realize that there's a lot of a restriction in that, but just help me understand how you took into account the interchange as you designed this. Obviously on the east side, those are a lot larger buildings. You kind of have that business piece of it. But I kind of would expect to see something like this not near an interchange. So help me understand how you took that into account as far as number of cars coming and going, users. This just seems like it's intended to be its own island and we could put it anywhere in the city and not take advantage of the fact that we're near an interchange.
Maybe if I get a little clarification, are you asking specifically about like the sizes of the buildings, or maybe you can help me understand the question better? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Great question. So my assumption is that because of this location, you will potentially have a lot of people stopping in this area that don't live in these residences because you're on an interchange. Well, I mean, I live off a 10-mile, it is an insanely busy street. You're likely going to have people that are going to want to stop in here. A lot of people wanting to stop in here that don't live there. And so while the intention is to create this island, development that's focused towards the residents, by the nature of the location of being off an interchange, you're going to have a lot of people stopping there that don't live there. And so I think, I love the fact that we're talking about the pedestrians and the use, and that is the intention of the 10-mile interchange to some extent. And we need to consider that. On the other hand, we also have to consider that there's going to be a lot of people stopping here that don't live here because there isn't a grocery store on the other side, on the east side. There isn't a grocery store within several miles. There isn't a nail salon, that I know that eastern side still has some development to do and some buildings to fill up. But in this whole area and how it's playing out and what the anticipated residential and whatnot, this is going to be the only location that potentially has some of these uses. And this is not these sizes are not significant enough to support the amount of traffic that's going to come in off that interchange and potentially attempt to use these services. So does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think I can understand what you're suggesting. I mean, the project proponents probably would be thrilled to find out that they have a, supersized demand for everything right off the bat. I think, I guess when we looked at it from a master planning standpoint and looked at the specific plan, we found it difficult to maybe marry up the concepts in the specific plan with larger footprint, larger box, either whether it's retail or office buildings. If you, referred back to the illustrations or the renderings that we did of the street atmosphere that we're trying to create. And if you look at the way each of the pods are designed, for example, if you look at the pod between driveways A and B, it essentially follows the concepts in the specific plan where we kind of wrap the pod with the buildings and we put all the parking on the inside. So from a visual standpoint, these large parking fields don't become the predominant thing you see. As the buildings get bigger and larger, then obviously the parking demands get bigger and larger, and you end up with large parking fields, and it becomes more difficult to achieve this. In addition, all of our street networks, I keep calling them streets, but they aren't city streets. They're not public, they're all private. Although our proposal is to develop them in accordance with essentially almost identically the public street standards that are developed in the specific plan. So these are all things we've done to try to improve and enhance circulation by using public design infrastructure in a private manner inside, but still create the ambiance and the character that we think is what the specific plan is looking for.
I'm going to hold my questions for later if we can get into the public testimony. If that works. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I don't want to let a potential question hang out there. And Councilmember Strader had mentioned at one point a question about the ACHD traffic impact study at the beginning of the conversation. So I wanted to be able to resolve that if there is a question about it. ACHD has approved the traffic impact study, and in connection with the report they issued here, recommended approval of the accesses that we've identified. But as far as I'm aware, there's no disagreement about, I think your comment was related to disagreement on the traffic impact study, but just wanted to resolve that if that was still outstanding.
Mr. Mayor, I guess to briefly comment on that, I'm just reading their agency report that says, quote, "We do not agree with the traffic impact study." And then furthermore, that they barely meet the VC ratio of 0.90 AM peak and some other things. So I think that's okay. I think it's important for us to get to public testimony.
Okay.
And we could always loop back on that point.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have two people who signed up, one indicating a wish to testify, and that's Joanne Butler.
Say your name and address for the record and be recognized for 3 minutes.
Joanne Butler, 967 East Park Center Boulevard, Boise, representing the property owner immediately south of the applicant's property, Brian Black and Hotel SLC, and a Maritel entity. As staff knows, our client, they have about 105 acres, and we've been working closely with Meridian 118, which is 118 acres, a little bit to the west and the south. And we're working on a cooperative agreement to do the development and construction of Vanguard that would lead from 10 Mile all the way over through our client's property and then to the western boundary of the Meridian 118. So we're very active in working with our neighbors on coordinating construction activities, especially road activities. This application is for annexation and rezoning with a development agreement, and a preliminary plat application is yet to come before you with specifics about the development. And it's at the developments at that stage with preliminary plat that specifics of the roads and the utilities become honed down between the property owners. As you could see on the concept plan that you have in front of you, the development issue that's of most concern to us is the alignment of Cobalt Drive. The alignment of Cobalt is shown on the concept plan, and that concept plan will be attached to the development agreement. The conditions of approval on especially 1A on page 23 of your staff report require the applicant to substantially comply with both the concept plan and the 10-mile interchange specific area plan. We're not convinced that the Cobalt alignment meets the guidance of the SAP because it is shown on the future land use or the map as above the property line. And that alignment below the property line doesn't meet ACHD's policy manual to go to and through the applicant's property. But and when we originally saw, you might have noticed sometimes tonight on your maps, you've had two different maps in front of you, one where Cobalt straddles the property line and one like the concept plan that we have here, where Cobalt, after the curve down to the property line, is solely on our property, our client's property. When we originally saw the, I'm basically trying to tell you how we got to making these comments to the city's Planning and Zoning Commission and to the applicant. When we originally saw the drawing that showed the Cobalt straddling the property line, we expected that. We expected that they would go to and through dead end at their property. And we talked to our designers about taking the road from a dead end going straight south. The location of Cobalt solely on our client's property would seem to burden our client's property, and it becomes an offsite improvement that is not appropriate or fair. But we did raise these questions with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we did raise these issues with the applicant. And I have to say, the applicant has been very willing to meet with us and to work towards a resolution of this. And they have proposed a way for the adjoining property owners to work together fairly, we hope. The devil's in the details with the development of Cobalt. We haven't been able to put pen to paper yet, but we certainly intend to do that as they make application with their preliminary plat, and we would want that complete before you approve that preliminary plat. So we're basically raising this issue so the council remembers that the two property owners are going to be working together to equitably attempt to share in the cost of constructing Cobalt.
And if you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We're looking forward to working with the applicant on making that happen.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Joanne, if you wouldn't mind, if we were to have them adhere to and through, at some point, as we've heard from staff, that's going to run into a parking lot or back end of somebody's home, whatnot on the property that's still to the west. It would have to curve back on to fully on the property of your client. Is that a correct understanding of how that would work if?
We'd have to, a couple of things, and I can't speak for the traffic design other than what I can tell you what our designers have mentioned. You can curve down closer to the western area, to the western boundary, or we actually did do a design where we saw Cobalt dead ending at its western property boundary and then kind of teeing and then going straight south. So that looked like it was possible. If we reach agreement, it looks like we won't have to address that at all.
Then that's my hope, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's all that indicated I wish to testify.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody else who would like to provide testimony? If there's anybody online that would like to provide testimony, please use your raise your hand feature so we can allocate you time. Denise.
Hi, my name is Denise Lefevre. I'm at 6706 North Salvia Way. One of the things I noted in here is that there's a big cost savings by tiling the canal, and it counts towards the open space calculation. With that said, I do like the idea of having that open. But what I would like to see is that if the waiver is granted and approved, I would like to see the amenities locked into the DA, benches, fences, bike stations, and other safety features. I also noted that on the side with the high density apartments, I don't see any pathways or amenities to help out that high density thing. Maybe I'm missing that. Also, I'm very concerned about there's no left-hand turn, which poses a possible safety concern for travels both on Franklin and 10 Mile from people pulling out into traffic coming down those roads. We're seeing that really heavily now with Costco's and some of the other developments off of Chinden. Given the intensity and density of development, I'm concerned about the developer using off-street parking for meeting parking requirements for residentials and visitors. But my biggest concern comes down to the school district. The school district only reports current enrollments and factors in estimates for this development. It fails to factor into surrounding already annexed and permanent residents for the city of Meridian and the other surrounding cities. This project amplifies the future strain on schools, school budgets, and taxpayers. Did I mention developers pay no impact fees? The burden will be borne by the taxpayers. Is that fair? The school letter stated levies for future school will be done. They are looking for people to donate land. For the fairness of the residents, I think this really needs to be looked at. I'm concerned about the lack of services for residents in Meridian and the need for commercial. Much of our commercial keeps getting turned into high density residentials through the cut process. The concept plans have been troublesome in the past. Developers come back and state this was a concept plan, things change, and that opens it up for waivers, CUPs, alternative compliance, UDC changes, rezones, and DA changes. These can lead to major departures from the concept plan, especially over time. And in some situations, it can go back through and drastically change what the public was thinking they were getting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item at this time? And we had nobody else online indicate that they wish to testify.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so would the applicant like to come forward for final remarks?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street. Just a couple comments here briefly. With regard to schools, West Data did provide a letter and it showed that there is capacity at Chaparral Elementary, Meridian Middle School, and Meridian High School. So I think that that has been addressed by the agency that's obviously in charge of that. With regard to parking, there's 930 spaces that are required for the residential. We've provided 1,034, so we've got somewhat excess parking. And then I did want to thank Joanne for her comments, and we do look forward to continuing that conversation with our neighbor to the south. We will continue that through to the preliminary plat. And, you know, expect that whatever resolution comes out of that would be consistent with the specific area plan. And then with regard to, I think I would just end with a comment about what the standard is here. You know, we want to make sure that we're meeting the vision of the city. The vision of the city is expressed in the comprehensive planning. And as the staff report has shown, that comprehensive planning is reflected in the zones that we've identified and the densities that we've identified and the layouts that we've identified. And so, you know, with a lot of thought and work has gone into this over the past several months. This has gotten a lot more detail at the concept plan level than I think I've ever seen. And I would ask for the council's approval on this. I just don't want the council to forget that we are asking for that waiver on the Kennedy lateral. So whatever motion comes out of this, we'd ask that hopefully it's an approval and that it would include that with it. So happy to answer any final questions for the council.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, Keith, you've gotten a lot of feedback at this point. Just curious where the applicant's head's at. I personally, if I were in your shoes, I'd consider like a continuance, maybe take a look at some of the hot button issues and come back to us. That's just me. Just curious what your feedback is, or if you want us to vote on it tonight, up or down vote. You guys are in the driver's seat, so let us know based on what you've heard so far.
Eric Peelegard, 1098 Olana Drive, Truckee, California. If we had the users in tow for your commercial, we would be happy to build it. We would be happy to come back and where we have the town flats, where we're on the right side, to add that commercial space. We'd be happy to. The demand is not there. Winco passed. They're one of the major, this is their home base. They passed for the commercial. If there was an office user that came to us, we'd be happy to come back to get more commercial. Data shows us and tells us that there's not that demand there. And I think from the COVID aspects, I don't want to have to come back later and do like, I've spoke with planning department. We are losing some of the commercial. Why are we losing that? Because I don't think there's a demand there. It's more profitable to build commercial and to service the community than to do flats or commercial and residential on top. So if the demand was there, I think we would definitely show more commercial in that particular area. I had under contract the kitty corner piece that you approved several months back on 10 Mile in Franklin. And there was a lot of commercial there. He's the big Costco developer that's fairly successful. I don't know if, because this is a going to work side with our access issues that we have, right in, right outs. We don't have any left turns. We don't have a stoplight. If we had those access, that's what those users want and need. So if ECHD told us there's no future signalization there. So that left turn that council member spoke of doesn't exist. We have right ins and right outs, very, very left turns. And again, commercial needs that to survive for your access to come in and come out. Across the street, the Brighton development. They have office, large office. But if you look at their retail commercial, it's struggling. They have vacant space that they've spec'd. I don't know if that's from COVID or where it's located, but we don't want to be that guy that makes mistakes. We want to make something that's successful. I think the commercial development that we have will really help and sustain the residents that we have there at that population. We don't have any signed commercial deals at this point. Maybe one coffee. And we feel the best marketing team in town to get that done. There's no big grocery anchor. We slated a grocery there to accommodate one, but the demand just is not there. So the accesses, I think, really drive that. If there was better access to this particular site, I think the commercial where a signalization would be huge. Hopefully that helps out from where our perspective is. We worked with planning for several months and went through several iterations of the design to conform to what the city wants. The concept plan, the interchange plan. We tweaked everything we could to meet their demand. Hey, this is what we want. This is the vision of the city. We tried to illustrate that here on this development. If you're saying, hey, go back and kind of redesign and put some more commercial in there, I'm happy to take the three, light green and make that all commercial. But I don't want to come knocking on your door in 5 months and say, I can't lease it. I'm not going to spec it until I have a tenant. I'm just being honest what the market conditions are. I think the rooftops that we create there for families will help generate some more commercial.
Hmm.
But the office complexes that we have here, we have got maybe one dentist or two dentists to look, and that's about what we're seeing from that aspect. So this is what the market is telling us to do. And we've complied with planning. We're very diligent with them. Hard as, I mean, a lot of rendition. So I hope that helps. Explain that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
I just want to explain where I'm coming from, just one vote, but just, so you're not, so you're not surprised by the decision. Look, I totally understand what you're saying about market conditions. I think the challenge is that we're making decisions about the city that will take us decades into the future. And so we have to really decide how much land we need for commercial, and really looking at that holistically is an important part of our job. So if the market conditions don't support commercial development today, maybe it won't happen, but that land needs to be available for commercial, in my opinion. And I'm also struggling with, similar to Councilman Cavanagh, the layout of the high density residential, and feeling like there's not kind of a fairness of access to the open space. And I just think there's more work to be done. I think if you were to, do some more work on it, perhaps you could work with our economic development team, who are very good, who may be a resource available to you, to help with some potential users and so forth. But I'm not there yet today, and I won't be voting for this. So I just wanted to be clear about where I'm coming from.
You indicated something earlier. There's flexibility and moving zones back and forth. We had to follow the guidelines from planning, not to be able to pluck a 4-story building and throw it across the creek or the canal, to integrate it more, to make it feel more part of that community. Or take the clubhouse section and move it on the other side, on the high density side. But because we're constricted with all of the guidelines that you have set forth. Are you telling us that you're willing to move those guidelines around to better integrate the site? I want to understand what I'm hearing so I can, adapt.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
It's not, well, let me say this. What you just explained is exactly the struggle we have every time we do this, right? And as Councilwoman Strader said, we have to be very forward thinking about it. And you're looking at this as in a point in time, and we're looking at this in now and in the future. But also, please understand that we regularly hear from our residents as to what they're looking for. And part of our comprehensive plan and all of the regulations that are put into place, those were all created with citizen groups and individuals who are very interested in the outcome of our community. And so, yes, this is the city that's communicating this to you, but so much of, as we're sitting here thinking about this project, we're also keeping in mind the variety of input and public opinion that we receive. And so while it may seem like it's just the 6 of us having really strong opinions about it, a lot of it is coming, as you know, you all present before councils and groups all over the place on a regular basis. So you know this. But as far as the different, the R40 versus the mixed use commercial, we have had applicants come before us in the past who have asked us to float those designations to create a more integrated development that would require a different application that would come forward from you, because then it would be a, I don't know exactly technically what the difference would be if it is, it's not a comprehensive plan change, is it? Maybe that's a question for staff. If they were to come in and request a different, in the R40 section, they would not be able to meet the limitations of that if they were to alter this plan according to the conversation we're having here on council. Sonia can.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pearl, I'm not sure I was entirely following, but if if you're talking about the high density residential designated area in the southwest corner of the property, if they're proposing to development that's not consistent with that, then generally it would probably require an amendment to the future land use map. If if it's, again, it's a guide. So it would really depend on what they're proposing, whether or not we could float, so to speak, some of the adjacent future land use designation. It just depends where you're going.
I think if we ask the applicant to go there, that we should be really clear about what it is that we are
agree.
looking
Thank
for
you.
that's different, because that's a significant ask from a cost standpoint, from an application, another public hearing, time delay. Obviously, again, as Council President Burnt explained, we're not here to design this for you. That's not the intention. We're just trying to be forward thinking. So.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Pro, I'm in front of you guys all the time. One of the things that we hear most often is, respect the plan, respect the comp plan, don't come in with land use, with flume amendments. And, what we've tried to do here is exactly that. We have worked extremely hard to align what are a number of competing interests, right? So when I look at this site, I look at it and my initial thought is, wow, 2 principal arterials, right? There should be something massive there. But then you've also got Meridian's policy and ACHD's policy of restriction of access onto arterials, right? You guys have to give us a waiver tonight to be able to get those accesses. ACHD, we had to, I don't even want to describe, we had to work really hard to be able to get even the right ins, right outs that we got. And that constrains commercial. So, absolutely, we want to listen to the council. And, if council can give us specific direction on things that you would like us to take back to the drawing board and come back to you in a few weeks, then I would be an idiot if I didn't say, yeah, we will consider that, rather than risking going to the, having to start the whole thing over. But I really have to emphasize that how hard we've worked to meet the existing comp plan as it exists and to align all these factors, which I think that the commercial elements of this really have to be taken into account given the limited access. So, and obviously, anytime you guys issue a denial, you have to give us specific direction per state code as to what could change in order to get an approval. So, in this instance, if the council can give us specific direction, we'll take it back and we'll see what we can do. And then we would have another conversation with you. But we really need specific direction, and we really need to know that the rules that are in place at the time we make our application continue to be in place by the time we get to council.
So a couple questions. I don't know who all is best, if this is Sonia or somebody else, but a light on Franklin. Is it likely that there's going to be a light right on the other side of that canal that aligns with the apartments to the north and the 10-mile secondary entrance? I know ACHD eventually does not want 10-mile turning left out of their main entrance. But if there's going to be a light in the area, that's where I would think one would be based on what I'm seeing. So my question is is there a reason why there is no contemplated cross access to the property to the west, even though these are private? They can kind of help me answer that, but it's like a connection might help with some because it could give a potential light access in the area, but I don't know if that would be contemplated in that location or not by ACHD or others. If it meets our policy, if it's far enough away. But I'm envisioning that someday there's going to be a light at that location. That's just my 2 cents. So.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know the answer on the light question, but in terms of the cross access to the property to the west, that the property to our west doesn't have a connection to us. So that's why there's not one shown.
Okay, good to know. Second question, minor, and if I missed this, lower right-hand corner, there's nothing in this concept plan. It's on your property, but it's just blank. Is there anything in open space? Are you selling? Oh, swap. Okay, I must have missed that completely then. And then the final thing, just as it kind of goes back to those 3 apartments down in that corner, is like, to me, even looking at flipping them, so you take away the parking that's between them and the open space just gets it closer. Now, I know that's going to create a massive parking on the further away from those buildings, but at least then it doesn't feel like you're separated by a parking lot from the access to the open space. You know, and I don't know if that helps or hurts, but what I also heard you say is you got more parking than you need. So perhaps you could take out some parking in order to have more, in order to put in some green open space for people.
I guess the only thing I would add to respond to that is that the specific plan, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, Lane Borges, 11500 Armor Court, Gold River, 95670. What I would add to respond to that is that the orientation of the 2 of the 3 high density buildings are specifically done that way because the specific plan basically dictates that buildings be placed up to the street with minimum setbacks. So the plan encourages street forward buildings as opposed to pushing the buildings up against our open space and having a parking lot of 300 or 400 cars as the frontage to Cobalt Drive. So that in tandem with the orientation and the location of the canal kind of, in a lot of respects, dictate how those 3 buildings are oriented and organized on that portion of the site.
I knew that was the case. I didn't want to suggest a parking garage, but that to me is probably really the solution to create the space down there or a different design. Because yeah, otherwise just a lot of parking away from stuff. Again, my 2 cents, but I want to wait. I'm done.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, one of the things that as I listened to all the comments and feedback and plans and looking at this and trying to figure things out, you know, one of the things that strikes me is the future land use map does show high density residential on that side of the creek, and those are our rules. And that's what we put into place. I mean, it's a guide. We can change things. But then you're gonna, if you look here on the left of that plume, there's the high density residential. It's right where we wanted it to be. If we go back to that concept plan, I look at it, go, okay, what could we do to make it closer? Well, what if we have them lose that lower right-hand side, high density one? And that's a nice triangle. We could have them flip that and put that down there. Now, all of a sudden, you're on Cobalt Drive, you're far away from all the flats and everything. You're not centrally located, but you're much closer to high density. And they can add some flats here and townhouses there and whatnot. But it's like, well, then that goes against what we want, and that's, well, make it centralized. Someone's always going to be farthest away from the open space or clubhouse or something like that. The walk to our big swimming pool is a long ways away, and to the big park and to the nice park and everything else where we live in our subdivision. Hey, I'm going there for exercise, so I'm going to walk. Hey, that makes sense. So, it's, you know, as I try to reconcile these different things and different thoughts, I don't come up with a solution, especially when it's a response. The design is in response to what we require. And that's, you know, a light on 10 Mile and Cobalt would make sense, but I get how close it is to Franklin. Right in, right out. I have noticed growing up in Meridian, it didn't matter where you go, you could access. Left, right, didn't matter. I now think in terms of what is on the right side, what can I do business-wise that takes me this way at some point, then I can turn and then I'm going to come back and do business on the other side if I have to go back and forth. You just have to plan ahead now. It has changed. It's not that I like it, but it is what it is. And we're not going back. The clock's not turning back. So now we have to deal with these factors of, yeah, this is going to work traffic. I mean, that's when I go up 10 Mile Road, I am going to work. And yeah, if there's a coffee shop there, might stop there. Dry cleaners, I don't know, we're going more casual. I don't know if dry cleaners are going to last really, but anyway, there's some specialty things that need dry cleaning. But yeah, all these things that we'd like to see. I would love to see more commercial there. But at the same time, I think about what skin do we have in the game for that? We don't have any. We want that. Okay, where's our market study? What tells us that it will support more commercial? I don't have that. You guys have the skin in the game. And I think you're paying a lot closer attention to that than we do. Councilman Strader's point is spot on that, boy, long-term, if things turn around and we need more commercial, that would be great to have more commercial there. But how do we balance that of time and money? And it's not our money. It's not our, that's a tough one. You just scrap the whole thing and say, well, we're going to wait 5 years. Well, then what? Well, things could change. What's the market dynamic? It could change this again. I don't know if there's any perfect time. We try really hard to get it right. And it's not easy. It's really not easy. So just my thoughts. There's a lot of elements about this. I like trying to create that sense of place of people. The clubhouse, I think, is going to be an amazing amenity with the extra things that you have. Yeah, if there are specific tweaks we could provide you to come back and say, okay, here's what I see. Is it more open space in some of these corners of high density where there's a tot lot or something that I think Councilman Kavanagh was alluding to, that, what can be a little closer? Maybe that's something that could be worked on, but I'd like to see us get kind of more specific than, because I even thought, Mayor, the same thing, turn the buildings, but our plan doesn't allow that. I mean, we don't want the parking lot up to the street. Okay. So we have to live with that. So yeah, I just, if there's ways we can make it better, I'm all for that, but I'm kind of hard pressed to say, okay, move high density over here because now we have to change our whole planning process to do that. So I'm kind of stuck here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I do have a suggestion. We hate designing projects for you and I don't but I have a suggestion. Why not? It's a creative process maybe. So, and I think part of my struggle is if this was a high density residential project and it had to stand on its own 2 feet, I wouldn't vote for it right now because I feel like these buildings are orphaned off on their own. But a suggestion I would have, we have these 2 bottom high density buildings along Cobalt Drive. And what we've seen other developers do is actually move those buildings a little bit closer together and potentially lose some of that parking in the middle and put green space, a giant mu, something there, maybe that would serve those residents. You have an excess of parking. We've seen that kind of a design. We've seen, and I don't underestimate your creativity a bit. If you can make the financials work. Recently, we've seen developers put parking on the core of the building. We've seen that very successfully in other projects. So I have to think part of the market would support that product. I don't know if a full-blown parking garage would work, but I think there are things you could do that would make that high density residential piece more palatable personally and still adhere to the comprehensive plan. I personally believe that we should give flexibility to float a little bit if the overall amount of commercial is in alignment with the total acreage in the space and if staff believes it's appropriate. But I do want to see a little bit more commercial. I think I understand your point about the market. And I wonder if those light green buildings perhaps became commercial and they took longer to develop, if this would still pencil or not. But I'm hesitant to let go of commercial land at this point, given the decisions we've made on some mixed use properties and feedback we've heard. So I don't know, just some suggestions, but I don't think it's unworkable or undoable, but I think you could retool this a bit personally.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just one comment. I appreciate that, Councilmember Strader. The mixed, those green buildings would be second tier, behind other commercial, and they would be behind other commercial that's access controlled. So, I think, maybe, something to consider there, and I'll take it back to my team and we'll talk about it. But, if there's some flexibility there to allow for commercial at a later date, but go with this, as part of a redevelopment. I just hate coming in front of you guys and asking for a development agreement modification later on when we're setting ourselves up for failure, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. But I definitely appreciate those
Mr. Mayor,
comments.
I think we just had an application request for that on Overland Road where the secondary commercial did not go.
Heath
And
Clark
we-
might have been the applicant or the attorney for the applicant on. that, so.
I think so.
Okay.
And because, and it was quite a while. I mean, it was,
It was in Movado and it had
Movado,
been
that's
going
right. Thank you.
for, it'd been sitting vacant for years and years and years. It was second tier commercial similar to that.
yeah, that's the difficulty of these things. And like I said, I too would like more commercial here, but it's just that when will that market change? We don't know. And how do we deal with that? How long do we wait? What do we do in the meantime? That's the difficulty. Yeah.
What does Heath Clark, the attorney of record, think about how long the Village is a great example. That's a generally successful commercial area that's had a fair amount of turnover, but they've also not been able to develop all their pads. And we're 9
years
into that project. I don't know what's appropriate time to ask people to wait to get the right thing for a developing community. Love to have that academic conversation offline some other time, from that standpoint, but because that's, not everything is expected to develop right away or should. And a lot of people don't get it right when they think it's right the first time anyways. Another day though.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Keith, appreciate the willingness, I guess, for a continuance. Sounds weird. How much time would your team want?
So looking at calendars, we get into the mid, I think council's meeting during the middle of July, correct?
Couple big hearings though.
I think we could have something in like a 3-week range. We could probably be back with an updated plan.
Mr. Mayor, at this time on July 13th, there is one hearing for an ACHD stick maintenance facility. I won't have time to notice planning and zoning hearings on July 13th, so that would be a date you could consider.
Oasis is on that night too.
Oasis is July 20th.
Oh, we got moved. That's right. Sorry.
Excuse me, another consideration, Mr. Mayor, would be if revised plans are submitted, they would have to be submitted. We'd like them submitted a minimum of 10 days before the hearing.
I was waiting for that one, which is why once I heard the 20th, then I thought, well, maybe the 27th, but I don't know if council's viewpoint on how they think the Oasis is going to go, how late they want this one to go. Correct.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman
I'm
Cavanagh.
open to suggestions. I will not be here on the 27th. Not that I have to be, but I think it's important for council to know that at least now, since we're at least contemplating a continuation maybe to that date.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember,
you've given the guide, the timeframe. What's the date? What do you think?
Well, I would love to have as many of you here as possible. I think I didn't quite catch. Is there an issue on the 20th? Is it a full agenda on the 20th?
So the 20th is the ways. We have we anticipate a very lengthy 20th. On the 20th, we are expecting a very lengthy public hearing process on an application with a lot of residential involvement, citizen involvement.
Well, for not to lose 6 weeks.
I don't blame you.
So, and I guess I'm just collaborating with everyone out loud here right now. So the other option would be potentially the 13th, but we would need to get something to Sonia before the holiday weekend. We, this is me being as optimistic as I can. Let's try for the 13th. We'll get you a new updated, get Tanya an updated plan. That would mean we need to have it to her by the 3rd. Obviously we wouldn't be able to have the detailed renderings of all the buildings and all of that. So I'm anticipating that council's request is to focus just on the site plan and some of these different arrangements that have been discussed, which were to some green space in the high density residential area, look at potentially replacing some of the mixed use buildings. And let me make sure that I had my notes, the other thing. I think that's it, just some commercial on the second tier. Those are the 2 items I'm hearing.
One other very minor thing, and I don't know where this has come in, but do you feel like that this even creates connection to the corner to cross over to the east side of 10 Mile? And I always say that because I know that there was a lot of thought put into the pedestrian connectivity on the other side. But I just don't know if this is intended, and this area is intended to be integrated in that manner. But just that corner doesn't even really show even any pathways to the corner, if that's an intention or not.
So, Mr. Mayor, you're talking about the southeast corner,
Northeast corner.
northeast corner.
Yeah. That's, again, when we had conversations about others talking about, and I know this is not continuing the pedestrian connectivity that was on the other side of the road, but I don't know if the intention is to try to get people to even cross in this area, but it doesn't seem like there's a path to move people if they want to go across the street or anything in the future. That's all, that's really my main point.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So you're saying a pedestrian crossing at Frank, looking at getting people across.
Yeah, I'm looking at your circulation. Does your circulation pattern here allow for pedestrian bicycles to find a way to exit this development to go into another one of the quadrants of this area? And maybe it's not intentional to do that from that standpoint, but
I mean, yeah, it's obviously a challenge because you'd be crossing an arterial, but we can look at that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
I also think another piece of feedback would be, to the extent you can get this arrangement on Cobalt ironed out, I think that would also be extremely helpful.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
I'd just like to say that in general, I know we're being tough on this, and I really appreciate that your humble willingness to take our feedback on this. And truly, I want you to know that it is because we want all of this to be successful for you and for our residents. And it is not to be, it sounds like it's coming from a place of criticism because we have sat here and sort of picked this apart. But please know that the intention, I can unequivocally say on behalf of this council, is for this to work well and truly keeping in mind the conversations that we weekly have with residents. As you experienced this evening, we had somebody come and give public testimony about the Orchard Park development where Winco currently is. We do have residents that are intimately affected by these projects. And so we are always trying to balance that and yet still honor our development community as best as we can. So I know we're being tough, but please know it's coming from a place of goodwill.
Council, anything else, or is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I move that we continue file number H-2021-0025 to July, I believe the 13th.
Second the motion.
I have a motion second to continue this item to July 13th. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Heath, just a quick comment. Your client's very lucky to have you.
It's nice of you.
Comment I heard from your client is we don't want to make mistakes. Council doesn't want to make mistakes. When I hear comments though from the applicant, they're not sold that commercial can be successful here. That definitely gives me a big pause. You're an honest broker. I trust you'll bring back something that's workable and doable, and look forward to seeing that in a few weeks. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. Next item on the agenda is ordinance number 21-1933. Clerk will read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the first reading of ordinance number 21-1933, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Meridian approving the Second Amendment to the Meridian Revitalization Plan Urban Renewal Project, which Second Amendment seeks to de-annex certain areas from the existing Meridian Revitalization Project area, which Second Amendment amends a plan that includes revenue allocation financing provisions, authorizing the city clerk to transmit a copy of this ordinance and other required information to the county, affected taxing entities, and state officials, providing severability, approving the summary of the ordinance, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read. Would you make like it's read in its entirety? I don't know if we do that on the first reading. I don't know why I have people standing up here either, so. I'm going to say no one wants it read further, so we'll stop there. And I'll ask you what you're doing here.
Staff just love to be here at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes, it's
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro, Irish Councilwoman Strader.
This is a mea culpa on my part. I did put them through like a 45-minute meeting today on this topic. So I apologize if I am the cause of you being here. All my questions were answered. I'm so sorry you had to stay so late.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, appreciate that. But I'm here to serve and answer any questions, if you have any.
So, Mr. Neri, would our intention to be put this on? What's next for this when we do a first reading and?
Mr. Members of Council, so there's a process that is required by state code. So you cannot accelerate the reading. So we have to have all 3 readings before we can approve it. So we're on track to have this done within the time frame we needed. So this is just part of the process.
Okay. Are we allowed to take comment on, just for the future, are we supposed to take comments on ordinance readings?
You can, it's up to you.
Just want to make sure I understand moving forward in case people show up or want to talk or ask questions. Okay. Helps me out.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Question along those lines. Is it the nature of the ordinance that causes the readings to be read separately or a request by the, help us understand?
It's the nature of the state code. So the
Okay.
state code is very specific on process for both the de-annexation of portions of a urban renewal district and the formation of an urban renewal district. So we're following all that process. We have actually on the line is Megan Conrad, who's also assisting as legal counsel for the MDC. Mr. Baird from my office has been the one shepherding it for us. So we're just following the process as required.
Okay, so it's the nature of the ordinance that's causing us to do the 3 readings. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Won't come as much of a surprise, but my request would be that at least one of those be noticed as a public hearing. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I had asked the mayor that one of those ordinance readings be noticed as a public hearing. So not just that we can take comment, but we're telling the public we are requesting their time to come and provide a comment.
Certainly do that for next week and the following week, even whichever. Sometimes the second reading is helpful in case there are a desire to change.
All right. Thank you. So council, we are to that item under future meeting topics.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader. Cameron, you may want to stick around for this one too.
No, you don't have to, Cameron. Catch the tape later. It's okay. So regarding the comments earlier on the Orchard Park development, I would like us to have a future meeting topic on that one. I feel like I don't think there was any bad intent at all on the part of staff, but I think maybe something got lost in translation. And I just like to understand if there was a communication breakdown between council's intent with Orchard Park and what actually happened, and just get that in a public meeting on the record so we can kind of understand how that played out. I personally had the impression that Winco would not be able to open without a CO, and that council's direction was that we didn't want that to happen until these road improvements were completed. And I guess I'd like to understand if we moved forward on that, For some reason, staff moved forward on that without checking in to get an affirmative approval from us if we have a process breakdown we want to look at, or just, I think we should look at that situation and maybe just understand if we have a significant DA provision and it's being waived, how we want to handle that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman, yes, Councilman Cavanagh.
to maybe just include in that, I think further training for council so that our motions are being made clear, so that our intentions are being heard. Because I think that that's got to be equally frustrating for staff, that council leaves thinking A and staff leave thinking B. And now staff find themselves in a challenging position, or council find themselves in a precarious situation. Neither of us want to be into. So I think one, the staff side, but also better training for us about what we need to make sure that we're including so that happens. So it's a two-way street.
Councilman Pro.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
if it is the mayor's will to put this on a future agenda, could we ask the clerk's office to send us the clip of the hearing from Orchard Park? What is it? How many years old is it? So that we could reference that and refresh our memories on exactly what was stated. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make note, Megan Conrad, the attorney for the Second Amendment situation, has raised her hand. I didn't catch her before we finished that topic, but I didn't know if you wanted to hear from her or not.
Her hand is down. Did you lower it for her?
I did not. She must have done it herself.
Okay. Well, I think we can catch Megan next week, hopefully, if she's needed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything else under future meeting topics? Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
Move that we adjourn.
Second the motion.
Motion second adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.